it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. And this is Mary Liz Shalinsky.
Hello.
And we are here to witness history.
Yes.
I mean,
let's do it.
I hope you guys are ready, because this is obviously literally, physically and literally the biggest launch of our lifetime.
Yes.
So, we are here to witness the full stack launch, the first fully integrated launch of Starship on top of Super Heavy booster.
This is the beginning of an incredible new era. This could be the day.
Yeah. I feel like this is I feel like it's just been, years of everything right now. I don't know. I feel like we got decent sleep. We got all caught up because of the scrubs.
Yes.
And the scrub. And, I'm feeling good about it. Like, I feel like all of us here are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning and ready to witness history.
I'm super excited for the stream. I can't wait for this attempt. I will say, as of 3 minutes ago, SpaceX did say that the Starship team is go for prop load, but the team is keeping an eye on the weather.
Yep. That is confirmed. So, and from our, when we go outside, which we'll probably go outside earlier today. Like last time but last time we knew it was scrub, so we didn't have like we need to go outside and actually see it on the pad, earlier. But, weather right now, on our end, from what we can tell, we have a clear line of sight. Thank God. If it was another like SN11 thing, I would actually cry. That won't be the case. There might be a light drizzle coming through here, shortly, but that doesn't matter. But yeah, hopefully the weather cooperates. We do have up on the, we do have a little launch window there for you, or the times there. So we do have, it's an hour and 2 minutes, I guess, technically, right?
Yeah, 62-minute launch window opens at 8:38 Central.
8:28.
I'm sorry. Did I say 8:38? I meant 8:28.
8:28.
I apologize.
Yep. 62 minutes. Yep. So, yeah. All right. So that being said, we need to do what we always do at the beginning of launches. Yeah. Which is go through our pre-launch preview. Anytime you guys want to know anything about any upcoming launches, we have a little website called everydayastronaut.com. Oh, and real quick, before we even do that, I need to say, for those of you that are Patreon members and YouTube members, Patreon supporters, YouTube members, check your links. We do have that clean feed running. So we do actually have the quad view clean feed. It is there. So if you're looking for more Starship action, which all of us are, the clean feed's awesome because, it makes it so you can have your own mission control. You can have your own, just way too many screens.
Basically what we're seeing here.
Yeah. You see a multi-view, just not a permanent multi-view. You don't hear me. It's clean. So check that out. So if you're a Patreon member, or a YouTube member, check for that link. And, it is live. It might not be as stable as this because we're using a different encoder, but there you go. At this point, it's at least a bonus. So, all right. Anyway, on to the pre-launch preview. For this, you need to go to everydayastronaut.com and you will find a little website, where we do, under upcoming launches, we do pre-launch previews. So this one today is for Starship Super Heavy. For some reason, my computer is scrolling really weird. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Of all the things to matter, that does not. This is going to be taking off hopefully today, April 20th, 2023. And like we said, there is a 62-minute launch window today. The mission name, this is the Starship test flight. The launch provider for this is a SpaceX mission. The customer for this there's not really, it's SpaceX. Mm-hmm. The rocket is the Starship Super Heavy. It is booster 7 and ship 24. So these are, at this point, in this day and age, they're old. They're antiquated. They need to get out of here because there's far better hardware out there in existence. The launch location, this is going to be the first, potential for orbital launch pad in Texas ever. Orbital launch pad, Starbase, Texas. Payload mass. There really isn't a payload on this rocket. There's not even a deployable nose cone or a door that can open or anything. And so there is no really payload on there, but there is still a bit of the old Starlink dispenser that they have, and perhaps a couple Starlinks on board. So there is some stuff in there, but not anything fun really that I know of. I wouldn't be surprised though if
Yeah.
We get an image at
cyber,
Seco or something. Yeah, there's a
Cybertruck
in
That's
there.
what I want to see.
I think that'd be hard to sneak in, but some like plush
Especially
doll or something.
into Starbase. I don't think it would evade our eyes.
There's way too many cameras pointed all over the place. Where's the spacecraft going? Hopefully to space, and specifically, hopefully to Hawaii. So the upper stage is going to be going on a barely suborbital. We're talking like get up to orbital velocity, but instead of targeting orbit, you literally are targeting a suborbital trajectory, and it's going to be re-entering over Hawaii. So I know we're going to get that question a million times. Why are they not going for orbit? Why are they splashing down? Why aren't they, trying to land the stuff? For the first attempts, I'm sure we'll get into that 1,000 times, but that's where it's going. Will they be attempting to recover their first stage? Nope. On that note, where will the first stage land? It will hopefully softly touch down in the Gulf of Mexico, not too far away from here. I don't quite remember exactly where it is. Maybe in Discord someone knows. It would be awesome if someone in Discord would know how exactly far the exclusion zone. I don't remember if it's like 30 kilometers or something, or 20 miles ish. But it's relatively close. We hope to at least be able to see like beginning of entry burn and stuff with our tracking assets. So that would be awesome. There are no removable fairings on Starship, so there will be no fairing attempt recovery. How's the weather looking? That's still TBD, but right now, SpaceX is keeping an eye on it, and so are we. And then this will be the first flight of Starship Super Heavy Stack, the 26th mission for SpaceX in 2023, the 230th mission for SpaceX overall, the first orbital launch attempt from the state of Texas, the 49th flight of a liquid-fueled rocket from the state of Texas, which is cool. So Texas does launch rockets, but just has never launched an orbital rocket. And this is the 61st orbital launch attempt of 2023. Very exciting. Yeah.
Incredible.
So all that to be said, we're frankly getting there, and it's feeling more and more real. And you may notice we haven't put up our feeds of the rocket yet because sunrise is in 7 minutes, and we're gonna save the view as it gets it's getting pretty. So we're waiting, and
I hope it's nice and clear. It felt a little foggy out there this morning on the drive here, but
no, I think it's
clear enough.
Great. Yep.
Good.
I think it's great. So, it's going to be awesome. Also, before we get started and start answering your guys' questions, if you guys do want to support what we do in a fun way for yourself, head on over to everydayastronaut.com/shop. And we do have a few exciting things. First off, all of our full flow stage combustion cycle merchandise is, by the way, we had time to do laundry, so I'm not just stinky guy wearing the same thing I wore on Monday. We do have a full flow stage combustion merch is 10% off today using coupon code LAUNCHDAY. That's all one word, all lowercase. Get yourself a little bit of full flow stage combustion cycle merch, which is the engine cycle type used on the Raptor engine. That's on Starship. But also the most exciting thing I think that everyone's excited about, because we are almost sold out of these already, is our new color changing mugs. They are heat shield mugs, which is awesome. If you've ever seen SpaceX's heat shield tiles, when they warm up, they glow bright red. So hopefully we see this in action today in real life. We see Starship heat shield tiles glowing red would be awesome. So get yourself some fun merch, everydayastronaut.com/shop. And again, coupon code LAUNCHDAY to get 10% off of anything that's full flow, including like mugs and all the other fun stuff. So, yeah. All right. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I feel rested. I feel excited for this launch. I don't think it's really hit me yet. Probably once we go out on the deck, which for anybody that doesn't know yet, we're just a few kilometers away from the launch pad. So
we're at the exclusion zone.
We're there.
Yeah.
And so once we walk outside and it's bright outside and we can see the rocket and we can see the condensation and the tank farm doing its thing, I think that'll really hit me.
Yeah.
And I'll start to get quite emotional because it's been years in the making.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been waiting for this for so long. And
yep.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the SpaceX engineers feel right now. People who've actually touched those heat shield tiles and put all of this stainless steel together. Can you imagine that?
Not at all, honestly. We do run into a handful of them out here all the time, and they work their butts off in some pretty extreme conditions. So, they're excited right now. They're like all just ready to see this thing fly. Because the funniest thing is they want to see it fly so they can get to the next one.
I know, isn't that, they're just so ambitious. It's a beautiful thing. But I hope that there's like a day of celebration for them to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
Assuming this thing gets off of the pad, clears the pad, and makes progress, checking off some of those milestones that they're excited to see, to put the vehicle through some stresses, then they're going to be it's going to be a party tonight. It will be an absolute party tonight.
I want to be on the island. I want to be in Starbase. I want to like feel that kind of energy right now. It's going to be so fun. It really, really, really will be.
Just so you guys know, we will try to get to as many comments as we can, but unfortunately, as you can see by the numbers already, we're not going to be able to get to everything. So I did want to just say thank you. If you do a super chat or a comment, we'll try to get to as many as we can. You don't have to do that though. We'll pull comments from anywhere. So if you're asking good questions, having great conversation in our chat, we'll bring some comments onto air, and you guys can get your comments, your questions answered live. So this is an interesting one. Speaking of that, NNA, first thank you for your super chat, was concerned earlier of effects of upcoming CME storm on 420. Latest prediction is 35% chance of a magnitude R1 minor or R2 moderate radio blackout and level G1 minor geomagnetic effects. I've never thought of, I don't often think about solar storms and things like that. I think I probably will someday.
Yeah, like you will. I think about it a lot, actually, ever since the launch of Parker Solar Probe. Yeah, I mean, we rely heavily on knowing more about this, and I'm eager for more of that data to come back so we have a little more advanced warning before the next storm.
Yeah, it's true. And it's cool because, the sun, obviously, we're flying around the sun, and the sun, is rotating too. So you can see when spots of activity are going to be aligning with Earth, and it is those valuable assets to be able to predict and see some of that stuff coming. Although at this point, what do you do though?
No, I don't know. I guess the first step first step is awareness, and then maybe we come up with some genius plan. But
right. We'll get there. And there is our first shots. Okay, so I want you guys to look at. We have the Jetty cam pulled up right now. I'm so sorry that you can't.
I've got the stream open in a tab. I'm cool. Cheating.
But Jetty cam, you can see the waves this morning. There is a riptide statement this morning. So if you are at Boca Chica, or not at Boca, you're not at Boca Chica right now.
No, you're definitely not there. If you are, you're causing an issue.
And you're going to be arrested. But if you are on South Padre Island and you're thinking about going for a swim this morning, just be very, very, don't go for a swim this morning, frankly, because it is a riptide.
Don't do it.
So don't do it. Wait until it's calm. Wait until Gene says you're good to go as Padre. Right. He'll let you guys know when it's safe to get out anywhere near the water. And also on that note too, again, if you do happen to be down at Isla Blanca Park, word of warning, because of the riptides and because of if the rocks are wet, do not go out on the jetty.
Yeah. And
I think actually there might be security preventing people from that when it's this many people.
I hope so. I think they're doing a pretty good job down there wrangling folks.
Yep. And also, boats too. Be aware of the exclusion zones and be aware of rough water. So, that's, crazy that this is the world we're living in, where there's people, out here to witness history. Hundreds of, I don't know how many, but it's a lot.
Yeah, there was a long line going into Isla Blanca Park this morning. Although, to be honest, I always imagine it's going to be like the Apollo 11 documentary with people just, parked on the side of the road. And it's not as crazy as that. I think, we don't really understand how likely it is that it will launch today. And I think with a little more advanced warning, it will get busier and busier in the future. But there are quite a few people who have flocked here from all around the world. I keep meeting people from Germany and Australia and elsewhere who come to witness this.
Yeah, literally all around the world. We even have Flo and Casper here from Europe.
And Copenhagen, Austria.
Yep. Our team came from all over the place. So it's pretty amazing. It really is pretty amazing. A fun little note here, and you mentioned this as well, that the WB-57, which is NASA's tracking jet that can fly crazy high altitudes, like almost 20,000 meters. So yeah, 20 kilometers. Sorry, I'm blanking this morning. 60,000 feet. That thing's going to be imaging very, very high up and able to capture valuable tracking assets and tracking data for SpaceX. Because of course, don't forget, it's a NASA asset. NASA is very present, very interested, and they are partnered on Starship already for the Artemis program.
Yeah.
People often forget that, yes, it's so funny how people still think that NASA and SpaceX are like competitors. It's actually, they're
partners.
Quite literally that's the biggest partnership right now,
yes.
And especially for SpaceX, So yeah, NASA's out here providing tracking assets, providing a lot of valuable data and insight too, because they're going to be landing crew on the moon using Starship.
Yeah. You better believe they'll be here to witness this moment.
Yep.
And in the air. That plane is actually in the air now.
Yes, it is in the air. Awesome. So yeah, that's flying from Houston. That's a good sign. Yep. That's a good sign that they're trying and that they're, so as far as Jackson wants to know, do we have a full list of issues addressed on Starship? That wasn't anything that was publicly published or anything. We know that they were experiencing issues with the frozen valve. And my understanding, it was literally a frozen valve, not necessarily something like experiencing stiction, but like literally a valve that was frozen. So they did find the root cause of the issue, and they're here today.
SpaceX team worked the issue.
Yep.
Awesome.
I do love that. I love how quickly they get to stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nasser, thank you so much. Get better soon, Tim. We're so excited. Get better. I've been.
You've been better? You've been bad?
I don't know. No, I've been good.
You need to be better?
I will be better in about T-minus, what are we at? T-minus, does that say an hour? Oh, I think is our countdown clock wrong? T-minus 1 hour and 30s? Oh, no.
1:36.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we good.
Oh,
don't
I was
you
trying
worry.
to panic.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
I didn't even bring a towel.
Crap, I didn't either. I did have it packed, though. Oh, no, I never forget my towel.
Well, we do have towels at the studio here.
Yeah, all right. We're good.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know why Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that's Mary Liz is obsessed with it. By the way, I feel like I do need to constantly reintroduce Mary Liz. Mary Liz Bender. Well, oh my God,
Shalinsky.
Mary Liz Shalinsky, who is her and her husband Ryan are Cosmic Perspective, and they just got married last Saturday.
Yeah.
They just got married 4 days ago or 5 days ago in Florida.
At Kennedy Space Center, where we all met.
Yeah, where we all met. That's true. We literally met in that room, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
That is wild.
You had a separated shoulder from a skydiving accident?
Oh, yeah. That was bad. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. But, yeah. And I was admiring Ryan's Falcon Heavy work.
Yes.
His
Incredible engine shot.
I went up to him and was like, these are unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
And then since that was the start of it. And then we started working together in 2019 already, so.
Yeah, we formed Cosmic Perspective like 2 months after that.
Oh, cool.
We had just met right when I met you. Ryan and I met. And only a couple months later, we bought the domain and started Cosmic Perspective. Here we are.
And here you are. And
Wild.
we are partners in business and in crime.
Yeah, yes. Look, all the crime.
Much crime. So much crime.
We're so crimey.
Got a quick shout out to all of our members. And again, remember, if you guys, we do have that clean feed up for the new members as well. Check your the YouTube studio page or wherever it is, your feed, and you'll see it posted as a member perk. So, yeah, thank you to all of the new members. The quad feed is live. And like I said, it might not be as stable as this stream, but it's there. So we do have an important thing that was brought up in our Discord channel, and that is the pointy end up, flamey end down check.
Oh, yeah. We didn't do that last time.
We didn't do it last time because, we kind of knew it wasn't going to launch pretty early on, but I want to get to it early. I feel like it's a good luck omen.
Yep.
And I do have some monitors behind Mary Liz, so I am... Do you want to take a look with me as well?
Yeah, definitely, because this is important.
Yeah, we do have multiple views.
How can I know?
Actually, yeah. Actually, there is a way to...
Yeah, I feel like we should notate this moment. Oh.
Okay.
That is awesome.
Okay. Sorry, what was that, Andrew? Okay, I'm trying. This is now a disaster. The fun thing. I'm clicking. I'm scared.
Don't worry.
I am clicking the button.
Can you erase?
Okay. I can confirm this. This is a first for the Everyday Astronaut stream. The pointy end is here. Pointy. And the flamey end is here.
That's good.
So based on a little bit of arithmetic and the angle of the...
A little bit of geometry.
Yeah, I believe that, we are at about a 90-degree angle here. I believe, based on some rudimentary math, the pointy end is up and the flamey end is down.
This is good. This is a prerequisite for a successful launch.
Yes, absolutely. I think we're on to a good start. Pointy end up, flamey end down. Yeah, that is a good sign. As you guys know, on a serious note, SpaceX is working no issues with hardware. They feel very good on the hardware side. So
amazing. I know they're watching weather, but that's, incredible to say that they are ready.
Yeah,
hardware
exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Do I need to clear it again or something, Andrew, so we don't have my horrible drawing on there? Yeah, I can't clear it by hitting the button on the pen. I'm so sorry. All right, let's Oh, awesome. Thank you so much to Retro AI wearing the Everyday Astronaut hoodie. Everyday Astronaut in the house. I love it. Thank you very much for the support. Okay, let's see. This is a great question. Gal Guetta says, hi guys, can you explain about the test flight? What should we expect? Absolutely. What I'm going to do for that, I'm going to go to SpaceX's website. I'm going to show you guys their rundown here on what we can expect not only this morning during load up, but we are coming up with T-minus, they should have begun fuel up.
Yes. I see from Chris Bergen that the OLM vent stopped, so into prop load, waiting for tower vent.
Okay, yep. So
40 seconds ago.
Yep, so we are waiting at this point to hopefully start seeing progress on the rocket beginning to fuel up. So, and by fuel up, actually technically we mean prop load. You'll hear that term because propellant would actually be both the fuel and the oxidizer. The vehicle's only half fuel.
Yeah.
And it's half oxidizer. So when people say fuel up, it's a bit of you're a little bit pedantically a little bit wrong. The vehicle has to carry its own oxygen. That's how rockets work. Both the fuel and the oxidizer are both in liquid form. So they chill the oxygen from gas down to a liquid, makes it about 1,000 times more dense. Imagine if the rocket had to be 1,000 times bigger to carry that same amount of oxygen in gaseous form. Wouldn't probably work out too well, wouldn't be too practical. And also same with the liquid methane. It's also chilled down to the point of being at a liquid state, stored inside the methane tanks. So, so that's why we could consider it prop load. So that's what we're going to be seeing here. T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes is when those begin. At T-minus, so first it starts with the booster, the bottom half of the rocket, and then we're going to see the upper stage, the Starship stage, begin fueling at T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes. Let's see, then at T-minus 16 minutes is when we'll call it 17, it's 16 minutes and 40 seconds. We will see the Raptor engines begin to chill down, they call it. And that's where they're going to take and open up the pre-valves, which is the main valve between the tanks and the engines. And they're going to allow liquid methane and liquid oxygen to actually go into the upper parts of the engine, into the turbo pumps. Those are, spinning pumps that will run at 30, 40,000 RPM. That need to be, they're so precisely engineered, they have to be extreme tolerances because they're also under extremely high pressures. So all that stuff needs to be thermally conditioned for launch. And it's not the heat, it's actually the extreme cold of the propellant that they need to condition the engines for. So they begin to load it for about 17 minutes. They allow it to sit there and soak up all the heat, the latent heat, even though the engine's not running at all. It's just sitting there. But, the ambient temperature outside and the engine's temperature is substantially like boiling hot compared to that freezing cold liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So they chill it down. That's what Raptor chill begins, is at T-minus 16 minutes and 40 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds, we expect to see fluid interfaces begin their vent down sequence. That basically means they're closing out the rocket. All the propellant is on board. Everything's getting just ready to go, sealing up, and you might see it venting and doing all sorts of things, becoming alive because it will be getting ready for liftoff. At T-minus 8 seconds, the Raptor startup sequence will begin. And then at T-minus 0, excitement is guaranteed, according to SpaceX. And that is not wrong. So as far as the actual mission here, it's a little bit different compared to a normal mission because they are not quite allowing Starship to get into orbit. The profile this morning is a little bit different. This is just a test flight. This is the first all-up test of Starship and the Super Heavy booster. This is the most powerful rocket to ever fly. They're trying to make it relatively easy on themselves. And by that we mean they aren't doing all of the milestones that future Starships will do. For instance, they are not landing and recovering the booster. They are not landing and recovering Starship today. They will be attempting a water landing of the booster where they allow it to do the landing burn if it survives and see how it does. Make sure they have control over it before they try to bring that booster back here. Same with Starship, except that Starship will not be landing. It's just going to be practicing reentry. And reentry is a big deal for vehicles coming back from space because the temperatures that they experience are extreme. They're like absolutely I can't even begin to explain it. It's so hot that the air in front of it turns into a plasma. The phase change happens because the extreme heat, you know. And the reason that vehicles get so hot on reentry isn't because of friction. A lot of people think it's like air friction. Yeah. It's literally just compression of the air. The vehicle is slamming into the atmosphere so fast that the air molecules can't get out of the way. And so instead of, you know, they can't slip around the vehicle. So instead they just get compressed with each other. And due to the laws of thermodynamics, as air gets compressed, it heats up. When it expands, it cools down. So it heats up so much that it turns into a plasma. And it's insanely hot. So you have to prevent that. So that's the big test today, is really testing what Starship look like on reentry. Is it feasible that it survives? Is basically where they're at this morning. So yeah, that's what we're hoping to see is an intact Starship prototype splashing down off the coast of Hawaii, about 100 kilometers north of Hawaii. Northwest, depending on where you're at in Hawaii. So this is what we can expect to see for the milestones as well. The big, to me, honestly, besides getting off the pad and clearing the pad and not damaging stuff, the biggest milestone will be max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure. So that's the point at which the aerodynamic loads in the vehicle are the greatest. We talk about this often, so sorry if it's a repeat, but as the vehicle ascends, you know, the atmosphere is getting thicker and thicker, but the vehicle is also speeding up. So, you know, it's getting faster and faster. And there's a point where the two lines kind of converge where, you know, it's going so fast that the atmosphere is getting, you know, more intense because it's speeding up. But then after that point, you know, the atmosphere is getting so much thinner and it drops back off. So you see this like point of maximum aerodynamic pressure. And yeah, and so it does taper off very quickly after that point because you're just getting into thinner and thinner and thinner atmosphere. So for me, with this particular vehicle, with the big flaps and the grid fins extended and the way it's attached, I mean, it's just it's sitting on top of there pretty relatively loosely. Max Q is a big one for me.
I know. I'm so curious what that's going to look like.
Yeah, that's the one that we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah. But then after that, booster separation. So first stage will burn for 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Wow. That's a long time. That's longer than most Falcon 9 missions. Wow. And stage separation is shortly after at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. And they're doing a weird kickity flippity thing where, you know, the stage separation maneuver is basically like a kick flip.
I'm sorry, what did you call that?
Kickity flippity thing.
Kickity flippity thing.
Yeah,
Got
that's the official term for how they're going to do stage separation. So, where are we at? Stage separation. Then Starship ignites at 2 minutes and 57 seconds. So right before 3 minutes, if we see those 6 Raptor engines on the upper stage light, it will be absolutely like bonkers.
Major success.
Major success at that point.
That's a marker of success.
Yeah, that is a huge marker of success. Then at that point, 3 minutes and 11 seconds, boost back burn will start up. So it actually coasts for like 20 seconds before it lights its engines. So I'm guessing they get the Starship away a little bit and then begin boost back burn. And then boost back burn will shut down. It goes for a full almost minute. Wow. Of doing a boost back burn, which is pretty substantial.
How long is the Falcon 9's
like return? Anywhere from, so a full return to launch site landing can be pretty long, like 30, 45 seconds maybe, but I don't think
a
minute. Mm-hmm. Trevor, if he's in our chat, would probably know right off the top of his head. At that point, then the booster will be re-entering. The booster will be transonic, so going through from supersonic down to subsonic at 7.5 minutes. And then 7 minutes and 40 seconds, they will light the landing burn engine. They will light the engines, 3 of the engines for landing burn. And hopefully they will do a soft touchdown around 8 minutes. So, and then Starships will be burning until 9 minutes and 20 seconds. And then it will be 1 hour and 17 minutes and 21 seconds is when they expect Starship to begin re-entry over the coast of, off the coast of Hawaii. And if all goes well, it'll belly flop into the ocean, the world's most epic belly flop, 1 hour and 30 minutes. So 90 minutes to Hawaii, the wrong way around the Earth because it's going east. Yep, 90 minutes to Hawaii.
Last time we got a lot of questions about why is it going to take that long when we know that Starship will eventually get point to point from one location to another location around the world in about 30 minutes. And that's the reason. It's going the wrong direction.
It's going the wrong way around.
Yeah.
The long way around. Oh, no way. Joe down the street. Holy crap.
What?
Thank you so much. $100 super chat.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Holy
Joe's
crap.
offered a lot of amazing things.
Yes.
And we are very, very grateful.
Yes, he's been a very big help, and we really, really appreciate it. Joe says this morning, I have a good feeling about the launch today. Thanks for all the hard work from you and your team. Well, thank you so much, and thanks for your help, and thanks for you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. And thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member. It's everyday, I guess it's engineers. There's one E missing. Everyday Engineers says, hey, everyone, wants to know what the chance of Starship launching is. So let's do the thing.
Yeah, let's
now
do
remember,
it.
don't start typing. We have 2 things. Two numbers you have to put on in chat.
Wait for the instructions.
Wait for the instructions. I want you to hear 1 through 10 how likely you think it's going to launch today. So 1 being you don't think it's going to launch, 10 you think, oh yeah, it's going no matter what. And then also 1 through 10 how successful you think this launch will be. 1 being it won't make it off the pad, and as in I guess 1 could mean like it doesn't even launch technically.
Yeah. Well, what does explode?
0.
Okay. So there you go.
Or 0 would be it doesn't make it off the pad, because it didn't even launch. 1 would be didn't make it off the pad because they tried to launch, and 10 would be all mission milestones complete. So give me those 2 numbers. How are you feeling this morning about it?
You know, I was so optimistic on Monday, and now I'm trying to just, temper my excitement a little bit. Not really. No, I don't want to do that. I want it to launch. I'm a little sad about the haziness, so I want the best live and recorded views of all time.
For this huge historic launch.
Yeah, I really, really do. I don't want anything like SN11 to happen, so I'm going to say an 8. 8. We're just across the board 8. I'm feeling good.
I'm less, unfortunately, just seeing the weather right now. I'm for my sake, I too would be a little bit.
Well, I bet
Andrew's got a little update.
Oh, tell us.
Oh my word! We're going to show you one of our pad views right now.
Oh, come on, let's do it.
You better turn around and see.
Okay.
What the
Also,
view is.
SpaceX just said fueling of Starship's upper stage is now underway. That's good.
Okay, that is good. Does that look familiar, Mary Liz?
Oh no!
But that could also be from condensation, though, of the tank farm being so active.
Okay, so maybe when the tank farm is less active, we'll get a clearer view. I really hope that's true, or I hope the sun
they're
comes
definitely
out.
literally in like a cloud. You can see it from the South Beach and North Beach views.
Oh yeah.
Go to that. So from this view, you can see it is all the wind is actually inland. That's bad.
Wow.
Not necessarily bad. It happens all the time. It's the normal wind direction. It's not like,
I'm going to judge that wind.
Oh, Siri also didn't get that and wants me to try again. Okay, so the wind direction, you can see it's coming in from the Gulf, which is normal. That is the normal direction. But also in terms of the launch, actually, that is a bigger constraint than the wind going the other way because the rocket would tend to go into the tower.
Yeah.
So that's actually, and also the wind direction because of where the flaps and things. It's going to be more, there's going to be a bigger constraint on it in one direction compared to 90 degrees the other way. That wind wouldn't be as big of a constraint. So the fact that it's coming straight in straight at those flaps, straight into the tower would be worse than if it was going the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is just a consideration.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't like the way that looks, though. It really gives me a little bit of PTSD
Oh my God.
from SN11.
Yep.
And I know, the sun will come out and things will change quickly. That happens around here.
Yeah.
But I also know that SpaceX and NASA have to want to image this.
Right.
SN11 surprised me, but
I couldn't believe that they were okay launching with no visibility.
But this has to be a different story, right?
This does have to be a different story. That's our Jetty cam. I mean, it is.
It's hazy.
It's very hazy. But again, weather clears up pretty quickly here. The sun tends to burn it off, people say.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say. Let's see here. Again, thank you to all of the super chats and memberships. Much, much, much appreciated. But let's see. Here is Brady Cal 61. Wish that the Starship was doing the backflip to vertical before splashdown. That kick maneuver is so cool.
It's really cool. I was sad to learn that as well.
I know. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Starship's final landing, the upper stage's final landing phase, the Starship itself literally goes from belly flopping, lights its engines, and flips and does like a kick flip at the end. And it's the most absurd thing in the world, but it makes sense.
It is exhilarating to watch it gracefully. Da, 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 da,
it falls so slow.
So slow, so graceful. And then it's like, it's like a sporting event. I was surrounded by everyone at Isla Blanca Park during SN8 when I first saw that happen. And it was like, is it going to do it? Is it going to do it? It was incredible. So I'm sorry that we won't see that today, but in the future, that will happen again and again and again.
That's true. I did have a request or a question for myself. Now that
Please.
when we got the update from SpaceX with the that the Starship is fueling, could we make another tab thing that says like Starship?
Absolutely.
Upper stage fueling is underway.
Yes, we can.
That'd be awesome. Just a current status bar. We might as well take advantage of it. Sathia says, isn't it orbital velocity, but the perigee is basically pointed at Hawaii. That's basically exactly right. So it is. So this gets into real deep pedantic land, and it might be for those of you that maybe haven't spent as much time playing Kerbal Space Program as some of us. If you don't know what that is, it is honestly really the difference between like orbital velocity versus orbit versus suborbit. All of these things it's a lot of just like. But what about isms? There's these little differences here. So to be pedantic, it is not ever going to be on a trajectory that will put it into a stable orbit. By definition, this vehicle is going to be suborbital throughout the entire flight. Now, this rocket and vehicle could absolutely get into orbit, but this mission profile is intentionally aiming right down, keeping its lowest point, its perigee, low, so that it basically flies straight to Hawaii as quickly as possible. And that'll also help make it so the heat shield experiences as much heating on reentry as they're comfortable with at this point. So, So hopefully this all goes well. But like I said, it's so interesting because this rocket is an orbital rocket. It's just not going quite into orbit today, only by a few percent, by like a percent. Literally, is the difference between what it's doing and reaching an orbit. So it's intentionally going to be targeting the atmosphere on its lowest point so that they can, smack into that atmosphere and start, experiencing some serious reheating. So, yeah, there we go. Upper stage prop load underway.
What do you think?
That's great. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I love it. Let's see here. This is, now Korean, since payload is what the mission is about, wouldn't Starship be the payload for delivery to Hawaii? Interesting. Starship is so weird because the upper stage is the rocket and or the vehicle, it's the spacecraft.
Now, this has never happened before. That's why it's so confusing, right?
I'm trying to think if there's, the shuttle was almost more like a flying, recoverable fairing almost.
Right.
And recoverable main engines, but it didn't.
It was all the things.
It was all the things, but it didn't carry its own, it didn't have its own propellant tanks. That's why that big orange external fuel tank existed.
Yeah.
It's not like it was in space loaded up with propellant, really. It had some monoprop for maneuvering, or not monoprop, sorry, bipropellants for maneuvering with had the orbital maneuvering system, the OMS pods, and then also just to be able to do orientations and things. But it didn't have it didn't boost itself into orbit, it had the large external fuel tank. So this is a very unique situation where the rocket is, and the payload and the upper stage is all one thing.
Yeah.
And it's really weird.
Yes, it's hard to explain.
It's hard to explain. And on face value, it's not necessarily the most mass efficient thing, because now you're carrying the flaps and any of that recovery hardware all the way through every bit of the milestones of the mission. And that's extra mass that you could have been flying. That's why if they ever do an expanded payload, it's going to be more like 250 metric tons versus 150 metric tons.
Wow. Okay.
Because of the recovery hardware. You strip that stuff out, boom,
Yeah.
free 100 tons. You don't get your upper stage back.
Yeah.
But, there are some missions where that might be a good thing. So the way that, orbital mechanics works is it's not necessarily that, 100 tons. Like, who needs to put 250 metric tons in space? I don't. I mean, I don't have enough. I don't have 250 metric tons of anything in my life. So
you don't.
No. I'm literally thinking of like every possession, like my house and like the studio and Luna and my car. Like, how much would it all weigh? And I'll bet it's like barely like 5 or something. You know what I mean? Like,
wow.
I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't ever weighed all of my possessions in life.
Well, you probably should.
We probably all should. We all need to do that every day, every year for taxes. It's like, how much do your stuff?
How much would it take for me to launch my life into space?
So, but the other thing you can do is, instead of just taking 250 metric tons into like low Earth orbit, you can have a much smaller payload and send it further away, say to the moon or beyond the Earth system. So into Mars, to Venus, or even into the deep solar system, like into out there to Jupiter, Saturn, all that stuff, because you're expending the upper stage, you're not carrying all that dead mass. It can just act as a traditional stage, and you can do like a direct to Jupiter mission and all that stuff.
I cannot wait for that.
Seriously.
I must say, the numbers are pretty. I'm just kind of looking back at all of the numbers people have been posting about how likely they think this is going to launch and how successful it will be. Mm-hmm. People are pretty positive.
Yeah?
Overall, yeah.
Again,
on average.
Just kind of hoping it clears up a little bit more for our sake and all the beautiful cameras. And because unfortunately, and I hope that by the time the tank farm will be a little bit less active, right closer to liftoff. I wish you guys could see our pad cameras that were just showing you gray, because we have one that can full blown just zoom in on all. I mean, you could literally see like every individual heat shield tile. Basically,
oh, that's awesome!
It's incredible. I mean, it's. And we can pan tilt, and that camera is going to be recording in 4K, 120 frames a second. Everything we do here is meant for not just the lives, but also to preserve the stuff in really high quality recordings as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Aaron Skrilloff says, last stream SpaceX said they would be attempting a hard water landing. What's the difference between that and a soft water landing? So the booster is going to be doing a landing burn, and it will softly splash down, because it will basically stop and come to zero velocity just above the ocean. Then they turn off. They're practicing basically what it would be like if it landed on the chopsticks. And people, by the way, I need to right there clear up a misconception. People often think like the chopsticks are going to be like catching it, like physically, like a robot, like, and catch it,
Yeah, no.
It's really more that Starship and the booster someday will be landing on the chopsticks.
Yeah, very precisely landing, the way the Falcon 9 very precisely lands now on the X.
Yep.
Right?
Basically, the tower is now the landing legs instead of there being landing legs on the booster.
This is going to be wild to see. I mean, do you think they're going to be able? Because I feel like the Falcon 9 took a while before it was really able to hit that X.
Right. I mean, these days, so there's a few things working to Starship's advantage. Number one is, first off, they know how to land rockets now. They have
this is true.
Hundreds of over 100 landings of a rocket, and over 100 successful consecutive landings, which is insane. Like, that's just absolutely incredible. So they have that experience. But the other thing that they have, too, is this rocket, when it's landing, will have 3 engines running. It allows it to be able to do a lot more fine control with the 3 engines. So they can do a lot of cool things with deeper throttling, with even with rotating the rocket. The Falcon 9, if it needed to roll, it doesn't really need to roll, but if it needed to roll, it has to use grid fins and or the reaction control thrusters on the upper. If only I had
If only we had a wonderful model with which to describe.
Okay, so let me pull this up here real quick. So the Falcon 9 and Starship both have grid fins. These grid fins here are the little guys that pop out like this. On Falcon 9, they extend once they're in space and only come out for reentry. Starship keeps them extended, which is absolutely wild. Sorry, repeat one more time. Okay, yep. So you can see the grid fins here. They're like these little guys, and these steer. They're not there for drag. People often think like, oh, they're like drag brakes. No, they're just to steer. They're basically more like canards, or like, the tail, the vertical stabilizer on a plane, or the the elevators. That they're there to control pitch, yaw, and roll. And then the Falcon 9 only has one engine. The center engine is the only one that lights up for landing. But for a little while, they used to do kind of a 3.
Yeah.
They'd like light up 3 and then go down to 1 at the very end.
Yeah, why did they stop doing that?
I don't actually know why, because you can actually be more efficient that way. You experience less gravity loss, and they were just basically pumping the brakes as hard as possible. And I'm not actually, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure why they stopped doing that. Maybe it's just kind of unnecessary. Maybe they're just like, yeah, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, sounds SpaceXy.
Yeah, it sounds SpaceXy. But Starship, on the other hand, will have 3 engines running, so it will be able to do a little bit more fine control with the engines alone, without having to worry about RCS or the grid fins doing much work, especially at slow speeds. Those grid fins don't do as much. When you're moving slowly through the air and you have an aerodynamic control surface, they don't work as well. So having that kind of fine control, which they need to, because they have to line up on the little catching nubs. There's there's a very precise place they have to land on these chopsticks. So they need that fine control. So Starship will have that advantage. And the fact that it's so massive means wind won't affect it quite as much. It's just physically heavier. All of that kind of stuff will work in its favor. So, and yes, people were asking where we got the model. There's a website, everydayastronaut.com/shop. We are almost out. I looked at the numbers yesterday before the stream, just in case. We're almost out of this run of our 1/100 scale metal Falcon 9 model rockets.
It's just wild. It's incredible. It's really hefty.
It's hefty. It could be home defense.
Absolutely. Cyan picked it up the other day from my kitchen counter, and she's like, this is really heavy. I didn't realize. She kept it in the box.
She kept it in the box.
Because it's so pretty.
Oh, yeah. These are awesome. So if you do want your own metal Falcon 9 model rocket, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Yeah. All right. More questions, huh? Do you have anything queued up? Anything fun that you're seeing?
Yeah. Here's one from Nick Pyle. I'll just throw it up here. Question for Tim: if the rocket weighs 5,000 tons, does the wind really matter that much?
So it's realistically, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Actually, it does matter a lot. And yeah, wind direction definitely still affects it. It's a lot worse, obviously, when it's empty, and that's not necessarily a thing they're worried about today as much for reentry and landing. But it still does. There's still a large surface area. Imagine the tower next to it.
Yeah.
You can, in skyscrapers, you see them swaying in the wind.
You feel them swaying.
In the wind. They're heavy. They're tethered to the ground.
Tethered.
Like they are part of the earth at some point. So yes, the rocket is very still susceptible to wind. There's a lot of surface area there. And again, especially when the flaps are perpendicular to the wind, then it's even more susceptible to that. Sorry, what people are saying something, donate $7 to yell at me? I don't know. By the way, we did notice people were having audio issues. Make sure you have the highest quality setting on your phone.
Yeah, I meant to mention that, but I knew that we have this incredible audio team on the ready, working the dials, but it does seem that most people are not having an issue when they watch in high quality.
Yep. Because it just compression.
YouTube compression.
Yep. And again, thank you to all of the new members. I'm kind of throwing a couple of you guys up on the screen real quick. Thank you guys for that. And don't forget, YouTube members and Patreon supporters do have access to our clean feeds as a thank you. So you'll get a nice quad view of all of our views, including probably this morning. You're probably even going to get just the grayness from the pad at some point.
Yeah, but hopefully that clears right up.
Here, Andrew's going to show a preview of what. There you go. Hey, look, the tracker is up and tracking the sun coming out.
Oh, I like that.
Here comes the sun. You should be the one singing, not me.
Oh, no.
You're actually a singer.
We are all. Aren't we all? Aren't
No.
we all? Okay.
No,
Never mind.
we aren't all singers. But musician, you're a musician?
Yes, you are also a musician. And I heard your new song during
the
the intro, and I knew it. I called it. It didn't come out for the first stream.
Yeah.
You went to publish it on all the platforms.
Yep.
But today,
It is available on Spotify and Apple and iTunes, Apple Music, whatever they call it these days, and all of the places. Yeah, if you guys like music, if you notice the intro, find that. Go to search Everyday Astronaut on iTunes or Spotify, wherever you are. Give it a little listen, and you'll notice for those of you that are nerdy like me, it is a little polyrhythmic at the end, a little 5/4.
Well, I know.
Action going.
I mean,
I love that.
Breaks my brain. It's really, really good. I love it. I love the new intro entirely.
Thank you very, very much. I'm trying to get, again, sorry, we're going to be very behind when there's 50,000 people watching. We're going to be missing some of your comments, so I do apologize. But we'll try to get to as many of these questions as we can. Let's see. This is Norm saying, thanks for the coverage. I just logged in. Someone was having real work to do. Hey, real work to do.
I know. What are you trying to say?
Are you saying we're not doing real work?
You know what? It's really hard work, extremely hard work, but it also feels like play. So I get it.
Finally, when we get to these moments, if it does, because at this point, like this, we can't really do much. It's been weeks and months of setting up and working. And
really, the hardest work I've ever done in my life. I think anybody on this team would agree with that. I mean,
wouldn't
you?
16-hour days.
No
like
sleeps.
nonstop. Yeah.
But
It's been intense. Very, very, very intense. Yep. And our crew's been amazing, especially those that live here, like Cosmic Perspective. So Mary Liz, Ryan, Andrew Keating have just been putting in gobs of work. But even like Ben and Andrew, Andrew Taylor and Ben Steinman doing a lot of work on like encoders and all the back end things, networking things. Every time there's these tests running, they're remotely doing an unbelievable amount of work. So, is there a storm winds causing the rough waves was the question.
Right. Getting to the question.
I don't know actually what causes the high, is it high winds that causes like the riptides and stuff?
I wish we had Gene. I wish we had Gene. Cut to our local weatherman.
Yeah.
I never lived on the ocean until, the last few years. And, are we getting some nice ambient audio right now?
We might be.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, well, I realize that I probably don't have my headphones up very much, so I can't catch that too much. Yeah. Okay, this is a fun little one. Robin Hilliard says that the WB-57, the tracking jet, passed 40,000 feet. It's about to cross the coast of southwest of Houston. So it is on its way to be able to provide tracking assets for this launch. I'm starting to see a little hint of blue sky, by the way. Like, if you look out.
Yeah, I see.
It is beginning to clear. We want and need that for my sanity. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, this is from Edmund Silversmith. Do you think Starship will eventually offer tourist orbital rides for an amount ordinary person could save up for, say, less than $30,000?
Good question.
I think maybe not quite 30, but I could imagine a situation where if this thing is flying routinely, it's flying, it's rapidly reusable, all of the things that SpaceX expects it, if it lives up to that expectation. And in theory, if you could hold, let's do some math. If it can hold 400 people, which is about the same, because it actually has the same amount of mass same payload volume, actually more payload volume in it than a 747. So imagine 747 can hold comfortably over 400 people. I think about 450 if I remember right.
Wow.
And this has about the same, you can easily comfortably fit 400 people, we'll say. And just maybe not to live, but like if you wanted just to go a couple orbits around, a few hours.
Yep.
And
go to Tokyo for the day.
Yeah, exactly. And if it was, and SpaceX has said the crazy number, 1 million. And if you're only paying for fuel and operations, the hardware is just, depreciating asset every launch. 1 million still maybe. Let's start with 10 and we can just divide by 10. So 10 million, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then divided by 400 that'd be 25,000 for $10 million.
Oh, so nice.
If you could do 400 people and then get down a launch cost of $1 million, which we'll have to see, would be, that'd be $2,500. Like that's the price of some first class tickets. So.
I will say though that my plan is to hopefully get hired to go on as, entertainment,
right.
In-flight entertainment. Or hired as a worker who builds something beautiful on Mars. How about that?
Absolutely. You want to go to Mars?
I do. I really want to go to Mars. Yeah. I'm an explorer through and through. I want to see new lands and try new things, and I can't help it. I know I feel crazy, but that's me. I did live on Mars.
You did Mars at analog astronaut training.
Yeah, at high seas, and it was the most fun I have ever had. Like donning the spacesuit, having my oxygen pack on, and going into the caves, the lava tube systems to look for little life forms. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
That's when I knew.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I'm made for.
It is really cool what they do out there. And by the way, Corona Kivo in our Discord channel, who I need to talk to about, because I have an idea. Oh. Okay, anyway, mentions that winds and seafloor conditions have effects on riptides.
Thank you.
So, it probably a handful of variables, but winds is on the list of things that is a variable.
All right.
This is a question from Andy Edwards. It's interesting hearing about how you both and all work together. Can you tell us more about this and what work you do together? On our end here, it's a partnership now on the live streams and on the footage captured, since we share a ton of equipment. We share, a lot of everything, frankly. And so we have developed a partnership between Cosmic Perspective and Everyday Astronaut. Where we kind of even share crew members. We're basically we're under one roof at this point, which is awesome.
Big team doing fun things together.
Exactly. So it's it's teams that are set up. We have audio engineer, we have a show producer, technical director, and we have Ryan and people that are running tracking cameras and all of the things. There's just too many things to even mention. And so we just kind of share.
Yeah.
That's
we
what
just
it looks
realized we're stronger together. Why not?
Yeah.
Make
and
it
you
official.
are now actually full time with Everyday Astronaut.
Yeah. It's exciting.
You are the first full time team member.
Whoa. I am so honored.
Isn't
Tim.
that crazy?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. And so you're still doing work also like Cosmic Perspective, because a lot of the work is completely overlapping. That's what we're trying to do is be efficient with the time and resources so that we can do more work, do more better work, and so you are bridging that gap and facilitating a lot. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate the work, even leading up. She was getting married last Saturday. As soon as we finalized it, I was like, all right, here's your few things, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, holy crap, we're getting a lot done. This is awesome. You know, and a lot of it just the logistics of all of the people on our team coming in and out and who's doing what and all of these things.
Ooh,
it's pretty amazing.
I just caught word from Andrew that the Coast Guard is here.
Yes.
Helicopter. We can see it on screen.
Yep,
oh my gosh.
We can see it on screen. Yeah, we do need to get you a monitor.
Oh man.
For the next one, we'll have a monitor here so that you don't miss out. Or there actually would probably be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry that.
Don't be sorry. Wow, I love that tracking shot though.
Yeah.
From Steve.
That was Steve? That was a hand tracked?
I think so. That was Steve Wilson.
Steve.
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, so we actually have 3 tracking assets. 2 of them are robotic, but still hand controlled, and one of them is a professional, someone that does it professionally, tracking, doing mostly rally car races, right? Which is really cool.
When he told me that, I was like, I know the job for you.
Yep, exactly.
Rally car racer.
Yep.
Rocket chaser.
Rally car race, rocket chase, baby. So this is from we want to reiterate: is there a payload or road closure limit is there a payload or road closure limit? If not, why is there a launch window? One would think the long way around to Hawaii could take place anytime of day. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So the payload doesn't matter. There is no payload, really. The doors are completely sealed shut. There's no fairings that split open on Starship, at least yet at this point. There will eventually maybe be like an alligator mouth that would open and release payloads. And is there a road closure limit? So a lot of it is not just the road, but it's the flights. So they have to, there's an exclusion zone of flights, marine assets. We can't have boats in the way of the rocket or near the rocket. We can't have, where there's there's a massive amount of things. The longer you have the window where things need to be closed off, the more expensive it is, the bigger headache it is, the more red tape, the more agencies you're working with. SpaceX has to cooperate. This is not unlike Kennedy Space Center or Vandenberg Space Force Base, which are, those are on very already like guarded areas.
Extremely.
They already have all that infrastructure. They all already work together. SpaceX from scratch had to be able to coordinate with all of the range. So with everything, with the FAA, with the Coast Guard, with all of the different agencies to make sure that they can do all these closures and prepare for this launch. And it is a massive undertaking. It's never been done before.
Yeah.
This is the first, or in the United States, is the first private orbital launch site in the world. So the only other one, at least that I know of, is the Mahia, is Rocket Lab's Mahia Peninsula. So, and that's their one in New Zealand. So
I hadn't thought about that as a first.
At least as far as a first time it's been used. I think there's a lot of private ones popping up now, but this will be the first time it's been used in the U.S. So yeah, that's a fun one. All right, let's see here. Just going to answer a few more questions. And again, don't forget, we appreciate so much the super chats and the donations. That really, really means the world. But we're just answering questions that we see. So if you have a good questions and our mod catches it, we'll throw it up on air and answer it. So this is a good question on this note from Texas Goon. Great question. What is the max wind speed SpaceX will still attempt to launch? We don't have that information. And I've asked around a little bit. That is not, and it's very complicated because it's wind direction, it's wind gusts, it's overall sustained wind, its altitude is different. They're going to be releasing weather balloons that go up and will measure the wind direction at different altitudes because that's ooh, we're getting a little bit clearer. Our RoboCam is clearing up a little bit.
Ooh, I'm liking these other views I'm seeing too.
Yes, I like that stuff is starting to clear up. Amazing. Okay, that's great. That is great. And so we don't have the exact numbers, and it is actually a complicated answer. But in general, I know the Delta IV Heavy at one point had from one direction for one mission. I remember they said 18 mile an hour was the peak sustained wind speed that they could launch in. 18 mile an hour is like 27 kilometers an hour or so. So I mean that's a pretty strong gust. If that's sustained.
Yeah, right.
That's actually quite a bit. That just sticks out. That was EFT1, one of my first missions I ever went to. So I just remember it being 18 mile an hour, and we're all watching the weather and all that stuff. So so it varies from rocket to rocket and mission to mission and wind direction and all of these crazy things. So let's keep going here. This is from Merrick. Great work. Do you know how Starship will handle releasing Starlinks to its side, away from mast center, without rotating itself? So yeah, it basically has quite literally a huge Pez dispenser. I don't know if you are familiar with Pez candies, but basically there's a mechanism that keeps pushing on the stack of, they're all stacked like pallets almost, just boop, 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 boop. And then it releases one, it pushes that out, and then it'll boom, and there's probably not a spring. I don't think there's a giant spring, but there's a mechanism that pushes the whole stack down, then pushes the next one out, and et cetera, et cetera. So it'll basically just shoot out Starlinks. Yeah, that's kind of how. Someone says that, I'm sorry, Luke Peterson, please fix your audio. Tim, just your microphone is distorting. I don't hear it at all.
I am seeing a lot of comments like that, and assuming, but many people say it's great. So I'm a little confused. Double check
if you're especially on mobile or even a TV, and if your TV and stuff defaulted to 480 instead of at least 720 or above, it also cuts the audio bit rate too. So just make sure that you're watching in HD on your phone or wherever. See everything. Everyone says it sounds perfect. So check your devices as well.
So I just heard from Andrew that we have a new shot that I'm really excited about.
Yes.
Isla Blanca Park. We've got John Pisani from the Cosmic Perspective team down there, and he has been working with some of our other volunteers to get some cool shots and a connection to us here.
Yeah, and the one that we're seeing here, this is actually one of our tracking cameras from Sapphire.
Oh, forgive me.
No, it's fine.
I lied.
It's fine. No, but it is of Isla Blanca Park. Yep, 26 floors up above Isla Blanca Park, and
28.
28. It's high. It's high up there, and it is really cool seeing these crowds of people. You should probably turn around again and just check out the crowds. There is a lot of people here to try to witness history today.
Oh, that's good to see.
I love that. The hype is real. It is getting clearer. You're starting to see a little bit of gleam and sun on Starship. That's what I want to see. You know, we want to see some clarity. Starting to see a little bit of blue skies. It still looks a little gray out the windows here, but I am seeing blue that way,
that's the direction
we need. So, yes, I love it. Chris Geary, thanks for your work. Fingers crossed. Thank you so much. In 10 out of 10 from Levi, saying let's go. So remember again, earlier we did a how do you think it's going to go as far as will it launch today and how successful? Mm-hmm. We had a 10 out of 10. We had a 7 out of 10. Yeah. And then, of course, the ultimate comment, of course, from Brandon Dobbs, of course, Elon would wait for 420. He has been calling that for months.
Yes.
And frankly, I know it sounds very much like, he scrubbed it or something on Monday and is pushing for 420.
I don't think so.
No, honestly.
That's too much money, too much time and effort from the team and the entire community. I don't think they would do that purposely.
Mm-mm. Literally, I have talked to some people, and it's just literally based on when they're ready.
Yeah.
And it just happens to be this is when they're ready. So we'll see, we will see. He even talked about that in one of the early interviews that I had with him where he kept saying the same numbers, 42 and 69, were always reoccurring all over. And he listed went through
He's
a couple
like, listen, it just happens. I'm not trying.
It's like, I just feel like we're living in a simulation. Yeah. This is from Something Original. SN15 launched in bad weather and performed brilliantly. It wasn't great weather. You're right. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when it did the kickflip through the clouds?
Yes, absolutely. It was the gorgeous shot that was the first time we had that really beautiful kind of upturned shot on the pad, right?
Yeah. No, the one where we saw from SpaceX, you mean?
I thought
ours?
that we had one that
we
similar.
had one that came through the clouds. I think we are still the best shot of it coming through the clouds.
Wow,
seriously, because I think a lot of people, SpaceX included, they were straight under it. You couldn't quite see it.
Yes.
We were just a little bit off to the side.
It was a nice angle.
But SN10 was the gorgeous one where it was blue sky with clouds.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the shot where you see the gleaming engines
yes.
because it's methane. So these rocket engines run on methane, which burns quite clear. Mm-hmm. The only side products are water vapor and a little bit of carbon. So, or CO2. So it's not like RP1 engines like what the Falcon 9 runs on, where there's a more of a visible exhaust trail. The engine exhaust is extremely bright. This isn't. And as a matter of fact, have you talked to the photographers like Krauss and Malman and stuff that were out at the Cape for Relativity's launch?
Yeah, the
first orbital, at least here in the United States, the first liquid fueled orbital methane rocket launch attempt from Relativity. It was an amazing launch. It was really dim.
Yeah.
They all commented I can't believe how dim it is.
No one was expecting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And granted, that's a small rocket,
mm-hmm.
but methane just isn't going to burn extremely bright. So it's going to be really interesting to see what 33 engines running looks like. I don't think it's going to do the thing to me where I'm like, it's so bright I can't stand it.
Yeah.
Like SLS was crazy bright because of those solid rocket boosters.
Yeah.
The Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy often, especially if it's night, it surprises me how bright that is.
Yes, for sure.
It is you're like, oh my, it's bright.
It is the sun rising in the middle of the night.
Yes. Yeah. And the thing that actually makes it glow is the carbon in the exhaust. And specifically, it's interesting if you ever watch a Falcon 9 launch, and you'll notice that on the ground as it's lifting off, the exhaust is bright orange. That is, but then you'll notice that later on in the mission, it kind of becomes more and more transparent, or more and more just like black, and it doesn't have that orange glow. That's because in the atmosphere, while it's down here, there's still oxygen for some of that leftover carbon to react with. It's searing hot. It reacts with oxygen, and it continues to afterburn. It burns after the fact that it came out of the engine. There's still carbon that's really hot and bothered and reacts with the oxygen, so it burns bright orange. Then later up, as it ascends and the oxygen gets thinner and thinner, there's less of it to react with, and therefore just soot is basically being ejected, and there's no afterburning effect. So that's just a fun little thing. Yeah. Let's see here. Thank you so much for William for becoming a member. Let's see here. Oh, awesome. Somebody from Brisbane has is going to be up until it flies. I love that. And again, our launch window here today, even if it doesn't happen to go at the beginning of the launch window, in 45 minutes from now, I think we go outside in about 15 minutes. What do you think?
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I want to be outside and just getting the hype ready soon. Would you remember back in the day though, for like SN, 11 we don't talk about, but like
we don't talk about 11.
Or even I think it was 10 and 15. I remember we wanted to not go outside for a long time because we didn't want to get too hot.
Yeah.
Remember? And like the sun and everything.
Burning down. Yeah. So hot.
And, you know, especially, I got burnt yesterday at Pad remote setup, unfortunately. We ended up being out there. I owe a huge thank you to SpaceX, by the way.
Buddy, let's do that.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
They allowed us to stay out there and literally make a Home Depot run to fix something. So
just the sweetest thing.
Yeah.
And that's why our pad cams are here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sam and Kelly. And they're still not, we still haven't got them perfect, but at least we got it operational. We have the tracker ready and all that stuff. So yeah, it is, pad cam is starting to at least begin to see something. But again, a lot of that's, not just the fog, you know, that's actually because of the condensation. You can see the tank farms here, in the other shot here. You can tell just how intense the amount of condensation. Yeah. Oh, here. Okay. Tank farm. This is the tank farm. These are everything but methane is stored in these tanks. So there's water, there's nitrogen, and there's oxygen in these tanks. And then over kind of here from this vantage point are the methane tanks, and they're horizontal. And those are, everything right now. The reason that you're seeing so much condensation is they're chilling it down, and they're continuing to, they have to run it through air, all these crazy different things, basically giant refrigerators. You know how a refrigerator works with a condensation loop and blah, 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 and a big heat exchanger, all this blah, 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 blah. And they're pushing that liquid, cryogenically cooled, propellant into the rocket. So, while the tank farm is going, you're going to see a lot of clouds. And by the way, I do need to point out, we're almost, I would almost call it over 50%. So Andrew, I know that he was, you know, if it's over 50%, it's not flying tomorrow because of commodities.
Yeah, because it's going to take, 48 hours to detank and refuel.
Detank and refuel. And not only detank, the detanking is relatively quick. It's about the same, same amount, it's a couple hours. But yeah, replenishing all of the stuff that you're seeing, all the condensation, there's boil off, has to be replenished. So they have to bring a train of trucks back in and replenish it. So, so what we are seeing, unfortunately, the losses of some of it, even though it's recompressed and recondensed, there is still some boil off. So yeah. Let's see. From Joe Bowden, thank you so much. Let's light all of the candles. Is anyone at Hawaii to watch Starship return? A lot of residents.
Yeah. A lot of residents. And actually, my friend Bruce, who once gave me a great tour of the volcanoes on the Big Island, he'll be out there trying to track. Oh, that's so cool. I hope that it will be dark still in Hawaii, which is good. It'd be a lot harder to see re-entry of Starship when it's daytime. What do you think that's going to look like? A giant comet. Yeah, I was going to say. A giant meteor, I wonder, I haven't really looked into what they're saying to the residents of the area there, but I wonder if they've been properly notified. Like, don't fret. Yeah. Not a comet. It might not be, huge from their point of view, because it's still going to be, it's pretty far away. Right. It will probably likely look like when Dragon re-enters, although Dragon re-entry has an ablative heat shield. And again, similar to what we're talking about with Ascent, with the carbon glowing and gleaming, this won't have that because it's not an ablative. It'll look more like the space shuttle, which, you could see it, but what you're seeing is the plasma. Yeah. You're not seeing, carbon being ripped off of the vehicle. And so it won't be as bright as some ablative heat shield, but it is huge. It'll be the largest vehicle to ever re-enter, It's much larger than the space shuttle. So that plasma trail will likely be quite visible. So that's going to be wild. Yeah, absolutely incredible. This is awesome. From Mr. H's YouTube channel, Tim, what will Starship's apogee? And they say, and thank you for all you do, from a high school aerospace engineering teacher in Spokane.
Wait, there's high school aerospace engineering?
Yeah, there's actually a high school rocket club here as well. Yeah, it's exciting to see the way that people are getting inspired. Young people are getting inspired today by what's happening.
Absolutely. I'm trying to remember if I think it says in the press release, the apogee. I don't quite remember off the top. It's something like 100. Did someone in Discord remember? Yeah, SpaceX. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Hey, just remember, if you guys have multiple devices, keep them open. I want your cameras. I want your phones, your laptops, your tablets, your TVs, everything running. We have, our views. We have SpaceX's views. We have NSF, Lab Padre, all of the amazing people providing unique views. Pull them all up, and then that way you can have your own mission control.
Yes.
You don't want to miss the views. There's a chance that, even SpaceX with cameras galore, decent chance that, they might miss some of the shots, so pull it all up, my friends, because this is one you don't want to miss. Go all out, get your cat involved. I don't know, get everybody involved and make your own mission control and multiple tabs. So, let's see. Did we figure out, okay, less than 250 kilometers is the apogee. That's what I remember it being. I didn't remember if it was 120 or 220 for some reason were the numbers that I was trying to remember. So the peak altitude that it will reach is something over 100 or over 200 kilometers, less than 250. Awesome. All right. Thank you real quick again to our new members like Joe Davis and Corey McCook. And don't forget, if you want your own true mission control with a ton of views, check the link for YouTube members that has a quad view, a nice clean quad view. That way you'll be able to really see all of the action and you won't miss anything. And you can also, that way it's not me. Yeah, that's what the clean view looks like as well. So pretty amazing that you'll be able to. Yeah. Oh, it looks like one of our cameras must have got a little bit tilted. Just a little. So pointy end's up-ish.
Oh yeah. It's doing all
right. This is interesting. Alex Barish, Tim is using MVP mic. Mary's mic is great. I am not using my MacBook Pro mic. That's physically impossible.
No,
we're using the exact same mic.
SM7B.
We actually have two audio engineers on hand.
Yeah.
Saying
I don't know.
What the heck?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot about it, but it's kind of like it's great for me. There's an issue. I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, it's all.
I know they're working it behind the scenes. So
I don't think they are because it's fine.
Behind the scenes. Yeah, a lot of people say that, the YouTube quality always defaults to the minimum, and those who switch to the maximum, at least honestly, it's hard to keep up because there are thousands of comments just racing
But it's
by.
interesting that they say it's me.
Yep, and not me. Mm-hmm.
That is interesting.
That is interesting.
But I mean, we're running identical hardware, so.
Mm-hmm. True.
It's my deep, raspy voice.
I guess.
I mean, it's morning, so literally my voice is raspy in the morning, so. And again, Alex, and by the way, her name is Mary Liz, not just Mary.
Mary Liz.
Mary Liz.
Hello.
Yep. Let's see. Jared says, congrats on being selected. Unfortunately, I missed it. It went away. I'm that far behind in the queue. Something about Dear Moon. What's it say? Delta V with single stage to orbit? Wait.
Congrats on being selected to space. Does the ship have enough Delta V to
only be single stage to orbit? Can the ship do single stage to orbit? Yeah, the ship physically would have the if you could run the vacuum engines at sea level or replace it with all if you had enough Raptor engines on the ship in theory with the Starship system you could do single stage to orbit. Now your payload would get very, very low. You'd maybe only be able to put a metric ton into space or something like that. It's possible, but of course, I've talked about single stage orbit way too much. I've made a video on it, an old video. It's just embarrassingly old and bad. But I need to redo that. And actually, that's something that we're going to be talking about in the next video that I'm working on right now. It's just kind of the difference between orbital and suborbital, and we'll mention single stage to orbit and why you just get horribly diminishing returns when you try to do only a single stage getting into orbit instead of a multi-stage rocket like this, where it's a booster and an upper stage. It's just like, you might have, over twice. This is basically 3 times bigger rocket than just Starship, but instead of being like 3 times more payload, it'd be more like 100 times more payload. So it's just, the math works out infinitely well in multi-stage, versus single stage. So yes, Physically, they could build a single stage to orbit like Starship upper stage if they wanted to, but it would just be absolutely diminishing returns, and you'd be launching a vehicle way bigger and, you know, more complicated than, say, Falcon 9 with way less payload capacity than a Falcon 9. You know, we're talking more like, more like almost Alpha, like some of the Firefly's Alpha or something like that. Yes, you're rubbing your hands. Is there some good news?
I just want to say Elon tweeted that Starship is on track to launch in about 35 minutes. He said 37 minutes 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm doing the math here.
Okay. That's good. I did want to point out that fueling, although it's still underway, it doesn't look like it's necessarily climbing as much. I feel like maybe this, I don't know if we have a way to A/B test here. Maybe an audience, if you guys could do a quick scrub back until you see kind of the frost line for us, and then look back again and let us know if it's still, I mean, I think it is. It just, that little bit there, it looks like it's not.
I do believe SpaceX is now live.
Yes. Yep. They are. All right. Again, thank you for the new members. Let's see. What stops the ship from rotating while pushing the unit out? So there is, so basically saying, you know, when they eventually are going to be releasing satellites, that's going to be mass that's, you know, being ejected, and what's going to keep it from, you know, kicking the ship around. The answer is, one, does that matter? You could kick the ship around. Who cares? You know, and actually that might help make it so the satellites wouldn't run into each other. Actually, if it did basically rotate it more and more and more each time and it spiraled, who cares? The other option is they can use, instead of kind of using a traditional RCS or reaction control systems, they're actually just using the tank ullage as a way to orient the vehicle. And that's basically to say the vehicle is going to get warm. There's going to be boiling off propellant, and they vent it out. And it needs to be vented out anyway, like in a normal mission. So you might as well control that direction, and that acts as your RCS. So, yeah. All right. I love that we're on track for we're about ready to head outside in a couple minutes, because it's go time. I mean, it's crazy. And again, it's clearing up here. I'm seeing
goodness, yeah.
A little bit more blue sky. Our views are getting a little bit better and better. Maybe if we can get Flo up here to maybe prepare the outer deck, because it is all covered up in bags. So I don't know if there's a Flo in the area here to prep outside, but let's get on that.
Paging Flo.
Yeah, paging Flo. Let's see here. What would happen if they changed the Raptor engine to fuel lithium ion for fuel?
Wild.
No idea. I have no idea. First, probably it's. So we actually really want, honestly, with your fuel specifically, and your propellant in general, is you actually want a small light molecule. You'll notice that hydrogen engines are always the most efficient engines, as far as chemical engines, because hydrogen is the lightest molecule. So you can literally physically throw it faster compared to a more heavy molecule. So I'm guessing that's one of the things working against something like lithium ion, and the fact that I don't know what it's like in a liquid state. So, yeah. Let's see here. This is so confusing. Why are people having bad audio? And then other people are saying it's totally fine.
Yeah. We should look into it. We've got to listen to the stream later and figure that out. Or when we're not inside of our own system, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, everything looks good here. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. But let's see here. Let's see. This is let's hope B7 fails on ascent, as not failing means not innovating hard enough. Let's hope that Booster 7 fails on ascent. No, that's not.
No.
I mean, can FAA extend TFR window? What's the plan in 2021 for extra suborbital launch pads, landing pads? Godspeed. So the idea of like failing is an okay thing.
Test it to fail, I think, is the sentiment that's being referenced here, right?
Right. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that's always the preferred outcome.
Right.
It just means that it's an acceptable outcome.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, and yes, pushing the boundaries is good. Failing is okay, but it's not like if it failed on ascent, that's better than it not failing on ascent. Mm-hmm. Unless if it uncovered some gleaning, like huge flaw that they didn't know, then sure. Yeah, that is good. But, yeah, I don't think we need to look at it as like if it fails, it's good or better than it's succeeding. So but it's not necessarily bad. This is a test flight. This is a very unique test flight. So
it is possible.
Right, exactly. Why are the tanks sideways instead of vertical? For the methane tanks, they're a different construction. They're more a traditional structure. SpaceX built the vertical ones, and I don't think they're going to be around very long. They aren't as high quality maybe as they're using similar methods as the rocket ships to be built. And rockets obviously have to be built to a pretty high degree, standard. But tank farm needs to actually be cycling constantly. I mean, we're talking extreme stresses and having to just constantly be filled and emptied and blah, 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 blah. And Starships, although, frequent flight rate might experience some of that, it's just not the same as the tank farm. So
I have a question here kind of related to that. And you talked about this a little the other day, and I found it really informative. But Torben Tietze, let's just go ahead and put that up. We saw a line of trucks delivering new propellant after the scrub. How much of the propellant was retrieved and how much was lost after defueling the rocket on Monday?
Yeah, we don't know for sure. By the way, you guys are going to see Flo walking through.
Hey, Flo.
Say hi quick.
Hey, guys.
This is Flo from Austria. He's our website manager. I know you guys have probably heard us mention Flo often.
Often.
That's Flo. He's
Very
running
helpful,
around,
Flo.
doing a ton of stuff, shooting and doing everything. So prepping the outside for us so we can go outside and see. But anyway,
cameras.
So the question was,
yeah. How much propellant
is
was lost after that scrub, for example?
So I don't have those numbers on hand. Those are going to be SpaceX numbers, and actually people have calculated it pretty closely by how. But more or less, I think when you fully fuel the rocket and completely drain it, I think you lose a good third.
Wow.
To boil off. Yep. So that's not ideal, obviously, but I mean it is. Oh, cool! We have like actual crowd cam.
Yeah, crowd cam, like hand cam crowd
Yes.
cam. I like that.
Oh, that's going to be incredible.
That's very, very cool.
I love that for us.
Now, I think that's John Pisani
I
on the
think so.
ground at Isla
Yep.
Blanca Park, immersed in the crowd.
Yep. Oh, you know what? That actually was not. That was SpaceX's feed.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything.
I don't know either. But we intend to have something like that, and we will at some point. Maybe not today, but we are hoping to.
I've never seen them do that, so I was just
cool.
shocked.
That is cool.
Very
I'm
cool.
glad they're including that human element as well. Let's see here. Let's keep going on a few more questions. Oh, so yeah, we think I think approximately a third is lost when they fully fuel the rocket. So it does require a couple days worth of trucks, like literally 2 days worth of like ongoing fueling operations, propellant operations. Sorry, to replenish it.
But when they detank, it does go back into the farm, right?
Yes, exactly. Yep. It's not like it's just lost. Yeah,
Right.
Especially methane. They used to just vent methane and like for instance. Not Astro. Oh my gosh. Relativity's launched the other day. You saw a flare stack. As methane boils off, they would intentionally just light it on fire and let it, go into the atmosphere, which is fine. Water vapor again and a little bit of CO2. But what SpaceX does is they recondense it. So they are putting it back into the tanks. And there's still some losses there, efficiency losses. So you still do lose some to boil off. But yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Thank you so much to NNA, rising up out of a dust cloud with all of its stainless steel glory and a pointy end wings and looking cool engine with fairings. This will resemble a scene right out of the vintage sci-fi books with like Buck Rogers movies that they grew up with. Yeah. I agree. The thing to remember, I want you guys to keep this in mind as we get closer, that when this thing launches, when it lights its engines, it's going to kick up a ridiculous amount of dust and sand.
Yeah.
So there's a very good chance that at first, as it's like getting ready, as it's lighting its engines, it's going to hold its engines. It's going to light the engines and sit there for 8 seconds. That's going to feel like an eternity. There's a very good chance that all of that dust and all that sand will just simply completely, occlude it. So you won't see it. And we'll be waiting for it to rise up through the dust cloud.
Yeah.
Kind of like Starhopper did something similar.
Right.
All views of Starhopper, even drone, were like, you couldn't see anything. And then it just shot up through it.
Yeah, yeah. Iconic shots.
Yep. I think hopefully we see something like that.
I have a nice one here, if I may. Let's see. LB says, Tim, longtime viewer, recent member. Thank you so much, LB. I'm watching your stream from a drill ship in the GOM off Louisiana. Audio is fine, and I'm using a SAT. That's cool. Think I'll be able to see Starship fly by? We're about 50... What is he saying? Nautical miles. Thank you. Yep. South of Louisiana.
Maybe. The hard thing about this is daytime, you just really would have to know where to look. Mm-hmm. You know, I even tell people that are trying to see it in Brownsville or McAllen, like, if you know where in the sky you're looking, you'll likely be able to catch it. Mm-hmm. Now, again, there's not this big, like when the space shuttle launched or when SLS launches, there's a huge pillar of smoke, a huge contrail of smoke that you can easily...
Oh, my.
Metal. Good thing this is metal.
So metal. That was the Falcon 9 model.
It was the Falcon. Good thing it's made out of metal.
Ooh.
That's why we did that.
Incredible.
Geez, that's like dong. We should do that at the start. Like, that's our new tradition. Like, start
we're going outside.
Ding dong. Yeah. But what was it? Oh yeah. So if you know where to look, you won't be able to see. You know, it's not going to be the brightest exhaust. It also will not have that exhaust trail, like a big smoke cloud. It'll be more or less transparent, clear exhaust. So you're not going to see much of that. You'll just have to look for a giant shiny thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm feeling like we should probably go outside.
Should we do it?
T-minus 23 minutes. I think it's time to go outside. Are we all good with that, Andrew and everybody? I think we're good to go outside.
Awesome.
It's time to witness history.
Can you believe that?
I can.
All right.
I actually can.
Wow.
And I need to believe it. And I need to be ready for it. Oh, baby.
I'm going to bring my computer this time.
Yeah. Let's grab these guys.
All right.
Ooh, a lot hotter audio out here for us. I'm going to turn my monitor down a little bit. But yeah, we are now outside. I'm going to probably have to practice reframing here a little bit and all of that stuff. But, good idea. You brought your computer out.
Yeah. So we actually have a window into the universe.
Yes, that's a very, very, very good idea. Oh, yeah, we need to switch. That's right. Actually, we need to switch spots. I need to be short. Easier short. Do you want to switch headphones?
Oh, sure.
Pretty foggy for us here. Not the best visibility here, but I'm hoping that it gets better. Sorry, I don't know where exactly we're supposed to be standing. Is this okay? You come over this way. Sorry, this is a new setup for us. We're still working on it here. So, but yeah, let's go through some more comments. Are you ready for some more comments? We can put the laptop right here.
Absolutely.
Sorry, we might not be perfectly aligned here.
Oh, come on.
For everything, but
nothing's ever perfect.
So anyway, like we said, we're only 5 miles, 8 kilometers away from this rocket. We are right at the edge of the exclusion zone. We can't really get any closer unless you're either on console or Raptor Roost.
Also, and also Rocket Ranch's outpost. We've got some folks out there, and that is.
Yep.
How close is that? I always forget.
4 miles. So 6.5 kilometers. They're at 3.94 miles. Yep. So pretty impressive. That's getting into that closeness where I'm like, I'm fine here. Like, I don't really need to be much closer, honestly. Although, I guess I'm going to be on top of the thing. I better get comfortable.
Let's talk about that for a second. You want to pause for a moment and look at that and think about it? I know.
To be honest, I've done that a lot.
I know.
Especially, I've been out here with the Deer Moon crew this week, and we've spent time at Starbase, looking at the rocket that we're going to be flying. It was really fun to see them experiencing this stuff for the first time.
What is the kind of feeling amongst the crew now?
I'll tell you right now that the number one thing that's been fun seeing them is the sense of scale.
Yes.
Because most of them, some of them did get to catch a Soyuz launch. They saw MZ fly to the International Space Station,
right.
which is awesome. That's a very different scale of rocket compared to Starship.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking like completely different. But it's fun seeing them have to experience the scale as we're walking around. So when you get up to the high bay and the mega bay, and you look in, it takes your brain almost like when you see like a cathedral or some large space. Sometimes your brain has to like reevaluate and adjust to the scale.
Yes.
I watch them all do that in real time. Of like, wait, and they're seeing someone on a lift going, oh,
humans for scale.
Yeah, humans for scale, exactly. And it was really, really fun seeing that, and just kind of watching them all experience something like that for the first time. But also, when you get out to the pad, ironically, where, everything, when you're at the pad, it's so empty. You're in such a desolate area. The pad is very clean. It's just all concrete, and there's nothing much there for scale. Mm-hmm. So even when we're standing, right up next to the rocket, basically, that you still don't actually, it feels smaller out on the pad. The full stack with a tower feels smaller than when you're standing next to the high bay and the mega bay looking in.
Oh, how interesting.
And I think it's just because there is nothing else for your brain to tell you how big something is,
right,
unless you're seeing a person.
Yeah.
And that's still not the best sign of the scale of this thing. It's 120 meters tall. The rocket's almost 400 feet tall, just the rocket.
Can we compare that to a building, a monument?
Yeah,
that
probably
we all know?
a good 40. I mean, it's probably a good 40 stories tall.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
And actually, we actually have something cool to show you guys, too. We can see the inside of the rocket here, thanks to Casper Stanley, who did some overlays for us here with the rocket. So we actually can see the tanks inside the rocket as well. I'm going to see if I can see this decently well.
Go for it.
Yeah. Are they? Oh, they are active. Okay. You can kind of see the tank domes. I'm seeing, like, purple. I don't know if they've been doing that right, but those are the tank domes there to separate the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen tanks on both Starship and the upper stage. But it's also 9 meters wide, so this is 30 feet wide. It's just absolutely massive. Oh, that looks better. There we go. So now we can see the engines. There's 33 Raptor engines on the first stage. There's 6 Raptor engines, 3 that are vacuum optimized and 3 that are sea level optimized on the upper stage. And you can see in this overlay, there's some header tanks in the top nose cone of Starship. There's also a landing header tank in the booster, that other tank down there at the bottom that looks like a propane tank or something. That is just the liquid. Oh God, is that the methane tank? And then it's the oxygen header. The downcomer is basically acts all as landing propellant. So yeah, that's kind of the inside of the rocket. And again, it's the largest, most powerful rocket to ever be built and hopefully today fly. For me, the thing that I'm most excited for is the sound.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh my God. We've never heard anything like this.
This is almost twice as powerful yet, even as the SLS rocket that just flew. Almost. I mean, that's
twice, almost twice.
Yeah. So that was the most powerful rocket to ever fly.
I know. I just love, like I said last time, I love all these firsts that we're experiencing right now and throughout this year. First methane rocket to orbit, hopefully.
Well, but see, now we get...
But I know.
That's the thing. It's like, it is if it's successful and does all of its thing, we can't quite say that it's the first methane-powered rocket to orbit because it's not quite going to orbit. It's going just suborbital. So, yeah. What are we at now for time, by the way? T-minus 15 minutes.
Can you believe it?
Gosh. So engine chill down should be beginning now, and we should be in that phase where they're chilling the Raptor engines down in preparation for flowing the liquid propellant through it. So again, the liquid propellant is extremely cold. Liquid oxygen is minus 183 degrees Celsius. Liquid methane's, I don't quite remember. I think it's minus 165. They're really, 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 really cold. And so, those are going to be flowing through the engines at thousands of liters per second, like just flying through these engines. I can't even imagine the speed and power that those pumps and that the engines produce. And so they need to chill the engines down in preparation for all of that cold temperature. So the engines will get down really close to those temperatures before launch, which is so weird to think, like, that this thing is going to be crazy hot.
Yeah.
Having this intense heat inside is actually freezing cold. like on the outside. You could go up to it and your hand would get stuck on the outside, even on the nozzle, literally. And the inside's like
burning hot.
Unbelievably hot.
Unbelievable.
So don't forget, I do have a video on why don't rocket engines melt, and the Raptor engine. And we go through all the different cooling techniques. So there's film cooling, there's regenerative cooling, there's ablative cooling, there's heat sink, there's a handful of things that rocket engineers do to design a system that prevents melting.
Yeah.
So watch that video. Also, another one that's a good one, a primer for all this stuff is how to start a rocket engine. There's an unbelievable amount of things, like including chill down, and other things that go into starting a rocket engine. So, give those videos a watch afterwards. I promise it's worth your time, and you'll learn. You have a lot better appreciation of the rocket and what's going on. So.
That is an awesome video.
Thank you.
We have a good question here from Justin Barta, if you want to go for it.
All right. Go ahead. What's it?
As they fuel the rocket, we see the frost on the outside, but wouldn't the frost line slow down because the active pressure rising the rocket actually creates heat, even though the fuel is really cold? Getting to what you're already talking about here.
Yeah, wouldn't
the frost line slow down because the active pressure rising in the rocket actually creates heat?
Oh, the pressure. No, the pressure is maintained. Mm-hmm. So they don't exceed. It's not like they're shoving it in and like it's getting higher. They maintain about a 6 bar of pressure. So they're venting, they're having to do this delicate balance where they're having to vent out the ullage gas, the gas that maintains that pressure, which in the case of Starship, I don't remember where they're at right now. If they're doing autogenous or if I think they're still using nitrogen for now, and helium. So, but you know what? No, they're they're using autogenous. So the gas in the tanks is exactly that. It's gaseous. It's methane and it's oxygen on their in their each independent tanks. And so they just maintain that pressure. So as liquid is filling, they do vent some of the methane and the oxygen to make sure that it's not increasing in pressure.
Right.
So the frost line, and it doesn't heat up in that same way. It's not like, it's not getting compressed like that enough to warm it up enough to prevent the frost line from growing either. So, yep. All right.
I'm seeing some good reports on Twitter about the weather, range, both go. They are monitoring the winds, but it is within limits.
Oh my gosh.
Per John Innsbrucker. So.
Oh my gosh. We are.
No technical issues.
This
Can you believe that?
Insane. What are we at? T-minus 12 minutes. 12 minutes from history, my friends.
Ooh.
You know what? I'm going to grab my laptop, too.
Yeah, go for it.
You go ahead and keep answering a few questions.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to start answering questions? Hilarious. I got to say, the comments are just flying by me, so I have to try to scroll and find something and keep up. Anyone want some ice cream? Yes, we do. Al Smith asks, Soyuz could nearly fit inside the booster, couldn't it? Like, comfortably?
Am I still on?
I can't hear you, actually.
Yeah,
Suddenly you are off.
Check it. Am I still there, Andrew? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, Soyuz could I don't know if it would fit inside the fairing. It's definitely, Soyuz is smaller than the upper stage, though.
Soyuz could nearly fit inside the booster.
Oh, inside the booster. Definitely. Yes. Like, easily. The entire rocket.
There goes our drone.
We have quite the treat for you guys here in a second. Of course, our professional remote aerial operations is here. And they've been here the whole time, but they've been waiting to fly until it's nice enough to fly and they don't have to worry about visibility as a concern. So, rotor visuals out here today with us, providing aerial. They're going to be doing aerial tracking. It's a 2-person operation, professional, licensed, insured. They're following all the laws and the TFR, all of it. Don't worry. And I'm curious what lens they're going to put on it because they were talking about throwing on
Look at that.
tighter than the 90, but it looks like they got the 90 on there. Man, it just shows how foggy it still is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's about what we're seeing right now. I mean, it just took off from here. So
I can make out the rocket on the horizon, but it is very hazy.
And especially now that it's so frosty and white, it's not high contrast. It's white on white.
Right.
So.
Absolutely.
So, we do have a behind the shoulder cam. You can kind of see, you'll get a sense of what the sky is like here for us. but it is rather gray on the horizon right now. Getting bluer up high, so hopefully tracking assets get a clear shot of this thing today. But yeah, it is still pretty hazy on the horizon. But, you know, at this point, I'm ready. I think they just need to absolutely send it. So,
all right, we've less than 10 minutes to launch, and no wayward boats today, says Gab Cornwell, Space Offshore on Twitter. That's good.
I love it. And I'm, again, missing many of your comments, but thank you so much to David. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. It really means the world. And again, remember, guys, for all you, I see a ton of new members like Peter Mack. I see Lauren Trottier. And Neil Price, you didn't have to become a member, you stinky head. It's one of my best friends, Neil Price. Hi, Neil and family. Thank you for watching this morning. And Jumbo Smooth and Craig Westwood. All you members, don't forget to check the link on the YouTube app or whatever. We do have a clean feed of 4 camera views for you guys, so that will help you make sure you don't miss the action. You can have your own control room at home and make sure like you get to see every angle, so you don't miss a single thing. Our clean feed is up on Patreon as well, so patreon.com/everydayastronaut if you'd rather do that, or memberships. So thank you to all of you who are tuning in today, doing that. And again, we are T-minus, what are we at?
We are T-minus 8 minutes. T-minus 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, so just wanted to give you guys a reminder, everyone watching, thank you so much. It just really means the world to us. We've been out here for years and years waiting for this now. Yeah, it's changed our lives a lot. And this is
entirely.
Yeah, completely. And, you know, this is going to be the first time we see this rocket fly, and I'm going to be on the thing going to the moon. Yes. This is just the craziest thing.
I can't wait for that day. I mean, I know that we can all wait. We want a little more prep time, but
yeah. And
I'm
actually, we should remind people today too. And this is something that we've been talking about, and I've been, you know, helping facilitate this mindset with our Dear Moon crew. This is a very, in the grand scheme of things, this is a very rudimentary early test flight rocket.
Yes.
It is not the finished Starship. If you have watched SpaceX's progress, extremely iterative. So it is okay if this thing fails, even, you know, 20, 30 seconds into flight, that would be okay.
It's also okay if it explodes. I think a lot of people get really worried about that, and they wonder, there are no humans anywhere near that area.
Correct.
This is safe. We know that's a possibility.
Yes. The big thing is they're okay. I mean, they would be fine if it blows up in flight. Right. The big thing is it will be very bad if it would blow up on the pad. Because
of the destruction that it would do and the time it would take to
I mean, the area, the whole, they don't want that. And they have a high enough degree of confidence that the FAA is okay with it, that their engineering team, that obviously all of their engineering team is okay, having enough faith in the engineering that it's not just, you know, it's not some cobbled together thing, but it's also not the finished product. So Starship is iterative. And, you know, most importantly, we really expect it to at least see a handful of milestones today. And that's the thing to keep in mind, guys, is they're looking for milestones. They're trying to answer some of these unknowns. What's max Q look like? Is stage separation okay? Is reentry okay? You know, and any of those that they can check off today is great. Yeah. It might not get to the reentry point. It might not get through stage separation. It might not quite make it through max Q or whatever. But whatever it does get through is just data. So again, there's just to keep that in mind of like the perspective of this.
These little humans.
I love it. People out there walking.
Humans
this is
on
so
the
cool.
horizon.
Oh, this is great.
I like this little tweet from Zach Golden, CSI Starbase. He said it's pretty insane that the hold down clamps are released 15 minutes prior to liftoff. Yes.
So
it is.
They literally let it sit there. Soyuz actually does a similar thing. Soyuz is literally on some hold down clamps that basically once the thrust to weight ratio is above 1, it just lifts off.
Yes.
You don't have to hold it down anymore. So when they light the engines, they're going to light them below a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1. So the rocket intentionally sits there. Yeah. Once they have a green light on that, the computers, this is all automated. It's not like someone's like, oh, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, through 30. I could do that it'd take like 30 seconds to do that. Yeah. And then like, okay, go. Instead, Flo's reminding us that it's probably time to get cameras up and running.
Hey.
I want to just record this on my phone, honestly, too. So I'm going to throw this over here. But like I was saying, it's not like, when the computer sees that everything is good to go, then it will basically ramp the engines up to full throttle or near about 90% throttle, which would be enough to be able to get the vehicle off the pad, which is pretty wild, to be honest. You know, when you think about it, yeah, it's honestly insane. So, what are we at now? I'm missing T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds. This is crazy. Are you ready, Flo? Flo said, "Oh no."
He looked so ready. I did not expect the "oh no."
Good luck. Hopefully.
Enjoy it.
Oh my gosh, this is the furthest into the count we've got.
Yeah,
because they stopped at T-minus 10 minutes before.
Yeah.
So this is seriously getting close.
Getting very
Do you want to
real.
keep the countdown clock up on your screen?
Absolutely.
I can see there's a big glare on that
if you
one.
don't mind watching
Yep,
comments.
I'll do
over
comments.
there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
This is a friendly reminder. Is Starship carrying a payload today? Defining no,
Define payload.
there's no payload really. They still do have some of the old, like basically the Starlink dispenser mechanism is in there, and perhaps a couple Starlinks, but there's not even a door to go out of. So like literally there's nothing. It's all staying internal. Again, this is a very early test flight, so it's okay that things. Things just aren't going to be the same. And I do need to remind you, as you're seeing our countdown clock as well, that we're going to see engine ignition near T-minus 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So although like you might hear 10, we might be doing the countdown. We need to remember like engine ignition is going to start basically at the beginning of that countdown.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
it's hard to know what to expect. My brain doesn't know how to prepare for such a long period of ignition.
Yep, exactly. It's going to be wild, and so at 5 miles, it's going to take 30 seconds or so for the sound to reach.
Yeah.
So we won't know. I mean, we'll see it. It'll be flying,
and then we'll feel it.
Then we'll feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There goes
Big
the drone
time.
again.
There goes our drone again.
I'm excited.
Hopefully for the last time.
Ooh.
Let's see here. Again, thanks again to all of our wonderful members and super chats. Sorry that we are missing it. And a friendly reminder, we'll stick around, like no matter what, afterwards and all this stuff, just to make sure that we answer as many questions as we can today before the celebrations begin, hopefully.
I'm getting chills. Eric Berger just said, "This is really happening," and I'm like,
Oh my gosh. So just so you guys know, though, friendly reminder, you don't have to do super chats or anything. We're pulling comments onto our stream that are just your friendly comments. This is a good question from Matt George. Will SpaceX be tracking from Hawaii? Do they have ships out there? Yes, they have assets, including another one of the WB-57s is out there too.
Yeah.
So they actually have, they do have multiple assets out there. So, yes, we are T-minus 2 minutes. Okay.
That's going way fast. Wait, it's almost 1.
Oh my gosh, it's almost 1?
No, I'm sorry. It's almost T-minus 1 and 40.
Oh. No, wait until the actual 42. She's obsessed with 42.
Okay, SpaceX says propellant loading complete. Starship is fully loaded with more than 4,500 metric tons. That's 10 million pounds of propellant.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So they're going to be closing that out now and getting ready. It is absolutely time, my friends. I hope you guys have 8,000 devices in your home or office or wherever you are right now, pulling up every view you can get. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're coming up on T-minus 1 minute, my friends. Holy crap. I can't believe this either. I am freaking out right now. Okay. This is absolutely bonkers.
I think, I'm just going to say, I think because of the haze that we're seeing on the horizon, that we're going to see a lot of orange glow.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's bigger than, typical.
Yes. And by the way, people are pointing out we need to fix our clock. Our clock is right with local time and real time. We're going to be ahead of the SpaceX stream.
Yeah.
Because we have lower latency. The way we're encoding and we're only doing 1080, we are a good 15, 20, we're a decent amount ahead of SpaceX.
Wow, we're that far ahead.
Yeah, we look like we're about 40 seconds ahead of SpaceX, honestly. Mm-hmm. So at least, maybe not to YouTube, but here in real time. So we are at T-minus 25 seconds-ish. So, yeah, I mean, there might be a couple seconds there, but we're expecting engine ignition in about the next 10 seconds, so get ready.
Oh, come on.
Eyes on the horizon right now.
No way.
Yeah. It should be any second now. I mean, it depends on how far off our clock is, but... Okay.
is saying.
Yeah.
10.
Is there a way to hit launch when it does launch? I forget.
Oh, gosh. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, my gosh. I don't. I'll just type it.
They pulled the... I don't see anything on SpaceX. They must have...
Yep.
It's in a hold. Yep. They are in a hold.
Holding the clock.
But again, don't forget, guys, we do have a full hour left where they can work the issue. So hopefully we are able to see something today still. We will wait for official word. Yep, we are officially in a hold, but that's not the end of the world right now. The teams can work the issue, and again, they have a full hour left in this launch window today. So who knows? That at this point, you never know. It could be literally... they didn't like the temperature of the propellant, and they need a little bit more time to condition. That might be the pressurization in the tanks was a little off or something. So it's hard to tell. Countdown hold for final launch checkouts is what SpaceX is currently saying. So yeah, they are in a hold. That's okay. It's not over for today. But wow, we have a fully fueled. We have a fully fueled rocket on the pad. Oh, my word. All right.
That was suspenseful.
That was.
My heart.
That was.
They can hold it T-minus 40 seconds.
Okay.
Says Gavin Cornwell.
Okay, cool. Wow. All right. So take a deep breath, everybody. It's not happening at this exact moment yet. So hopefully, again, we still have a full hour. Oh, how is our aerial shot looking, by the way? Andrew, is it? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. So looks like, we're definitely in a hold. We can answer a few more of you guys' questions. Probably half of them will pertain to the hold at this point.
Yes.
But again, thank you so much to all of our new members. You guys make this all happen, like Goonie and Justin and Kevin Smith. This is I like this comment from Wicco90 saying, this is in real life Kerbal Space Program 2. The stream is great. SpaceX, if anyone's playing Kerbal in real life, it's SpaceX.
Yeah, no kidding.
Literally. For those of you that don't know what Kerbal Space Program is, there's 83,000 people watching right now, so you never know. These might be people new to the spaceflight world. Kerbal Space Program, amazing game / simulator. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. For anyone that's wanting to learn about rocket science and orbital mechanics, because it teaches you both in a very intuitive way. The reason I know almost anything about space flight is originally stems from falling in love with Kerbal and falling in love with the progress of SpaceX. So, and just then in history, actually, it's kind of history of space flight was almost first, along with Kerbal, and then SpaceX. And yeah, actually, I didn't like SpaceX at first.
What?
Yeah, I know.
That is wild, Tim.
I know. They were just
what to think.
They were just the little guy, just launching this puny little Falcon 9 rocket. And I wanted the big stuff, and here we are. That was 2014, and here we are now. They are fully the largest rocket ever built on the pad. So
they just came in.
Oh, they're coming in for another launch attempt here.
All right.
I'm hearing it's. Wow. Okay, so we are cleared for launch once more. So it might have even been, I forgot, the other big constraint is weather.
Yeah.
It could have been
upper level winds, I do believe, was a major concern, right?
Yep, and ground winds.
High altitude winds.
Yep. I mean, although look at visibility now for us, it's like
I know.
getting slightly worse.
I don't know.
The rocket looks a little bit better, but I feel like we might not see it as well.
Yeah,
but
the tracking could be tricky.
Could be a bit more difficult, but we're getting there. So let's keep answering a few more questions here while we wait. I'm going to put this somewhere visible and have this here. So let's see. Richard just became a member again. Thank you so much. What about the weather, guys? Saw some huge waves. Yes, we have some wave shots that you might occasionally see on stream. There's a pretty decent wind right now, but it seems to be within the limits. So that is a good thing. You know what? I'm going to let you run the stream for a little bit. I'm going to pee my pants as it goes right now. Yeah.
All right.
Scream. Starts. Oh!
No.
Oh, wait, what?
Do not leave.
What? The engines have lit?
The engines have lit.
What?
Oh my God. It is still on the pad. There is a huge cloud of dust. It is lifting off.
It's lifting off!
It's lifting off from the pad.
What?
It's going slightly sideways.
Yeah, it's okay. That's okay.
This is the right trajectory. Oh my
Look
God.
at that!
Oh!
No way!
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to jump.
Oh, we can jump. We don't have cameras up here.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy! No way! Look at that! Oh my God!
It looks like the reenters!
What? Oh, it's shaking!
It's shaking!
Oh my God! Holy crap! Oh my God! No way! It made it off the pad!
Oh my God!
Yes!
That is not...
I almost left! I'm gonna be on that thing! Yes! Take your headphones off! Holy crap! No way! Yes! Humanity's progress right here! This is the future that I have been waiting for! No freaking way! We've lost it to the clouds right now. Oh, there it is.
There's the trail.
No way. It's doing better than I thought.
Oh my God, look at the tracking shot.
No way. That looks like the renders. We have a lot of engines missing. Look at how many engines are shut down and it's still going. No way.
Oh my God.
Oh, look at this. Absolutely. We're losing engines. Wait, maybe it's okay. Maybe that's the way they're throttling.
Okay.
I need not be too nervous about engines going out because they did that with...
Oh my God, that's
Is
stunning.
that good or is that
That is
bad?
stunning.
That looks not great.
Uh-oh,
but
that's
you know
going.
what?
That's
It's
going the
still
other
moving.
direction.
Oh
That's
my
going down.
gosh.
No, wait.
Oh.
Look up. Look up. Oh, that looks like it's going down, buddy.
It's going bye-bye.
Oh,
It's-
no.
it's-
Oh boy. Oh God, that's not good. Whoa.
Oh my gosh. We are going to see flight termination happening here.
Oh my God.
Any second. Unless this is the flip. I don't know enough about this. How far are we into it? I've lost track of time. Is that the flip? Was that the flip?
It is now
That was the flip.
8:35. Why is our clock not working?
Oh my gosh.
I'm just gonna do that.
That was... You know what?
What is
I
going
think that
on?
was the flip.
Why?
That was a full cartwheel.
It's tumbling. It's tumbling.
Sorry. It's just spinning.
Oh my God.
It's just spinning.
Wow, look
and
at that
spinning.
stunning view of the Earth.
No, but they're supposed to do like a full blown. Here comes stage separation.
What the heck?
I mean,
This tracking shot is impeccable. I am so... Ryan, this is Ryan's
husband.
tracking shot.
Your
My
husband.
husband is crushing the tracking.
this is the craziest. I don't know.
It is...
I know the flip's gonna look crazy because it's literally supposed to basically do a full cartwheel. But what on earth? What even world is this?
Wow, look at this cloud.
Yeah.
Just hovering over the pad.
What is... I don't think stage separation happened is
Yikes.
very much my guess.
There it goes. Stage set.
Okay, stage sep.
Wow.
Or
No.
Sorry, we're getting...
Okay,
stage
we've
sep.
lost the tracking.
It's just doing some crazy stuff. Stage separation appears to not have worked.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
that's
gosh.
wild.
Oh, my gosh. You know what? That wasn't as loud as I thought.
No,
the shaking
it shook.
was the
It
shaking was
shook
crazy.
this entire deck.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was... Andrew said he's almost certain it blew up.
Yeah, they may have triggered flight termination. on
I'm
that.
sorry. Oh, look. Yes.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine. You're fine. I'm
mean-
sorry. I got distracted. On the
Yep.
SpaceX stream, they do have
Yep.
views of the rocket definitely disintegrating. Wow. So, I'm sorry to jump to the next stage, but what happens after this?
I mean, we're okay. Like they made it off of the pad.
No, yes. I see the SpaceX employees cheering at Hawthorne
Everyone's
on their
stoked.
stream.
Yeah, we are stoked here. I mean, honestly, that's all okay. Like they got it off the pad. They got it very clear of the pad. Everything is okay, my friends. Everything is okay. The best thing is they have another rocket literally ready to go. So we will see this.
That's the question. Like, how soon now? I mean, now that stage 0 is safe, how soon can we see another
I think
launch?
the big thing, we'll have to see how the pad held up.
Yeah.
You know, the concrete might be destroyed. This might be the time that they install a water deluge, or more of a deluge and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really hard to say. It's hard to say how much time, but
Scott Manley says this looks a bit too
Kerbal. A little bit too Kerbal. Oh my gosh, that was the most Kerbal launch I've ever seen in my entire life. That was unbelievable.
Wow.
I can't believe it cartwheeled multiple times.
I can't believe it. I didn't expect that, actually.
So I wonder if that happened near max Q, because remember that was my big concern was max Q and the aerodynamic loads on the front of the vehicle versus the control authority in the back.
Yeah, what do you think? What's your assessment?
Well, here's a fun thing. The next ones that will fly likely won't. My voice is shot, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Nice one.
Nice one. You screamed your face off. The next one that's going to fly won't have the aerodynamic flaps.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they'll get better data out of that actually.
Interesting.
And at least know they'll get further into the flight to test other things.
And then what will happen once stage separation happens when there are no flaps?
The same thing that would happen with flaps. So it will just continue on. The flaps are only there for reentry.
Right.
They're actually bad on ascent.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You don't really want big aerodynamic features in the front of a flying object.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in general. The general rule of thumb is you want your center of lift behind your center of mass. So that would be like, imagine if you have a wing.
I heard the boom.
That was flight termination. We just heard.
Yeah, wow. How long did that take? A couple minutes?
3 minutes?
Yeah.
I don't know. Long enough for my voice to start crying at me? Like,
Crying.
what the heck? I mean, not to get too, I don't want to say it's too loud, but it kind of looks like a straight up mushroom cloud right
It
there.
really actually does. What's hovering over the pad that I don't think we have any... Oh, yeah, we have great view over the shoulder cam.
Yeah.
Exactly what I'm describing right there.
That is wild.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I can't believe that. I can't believe it happened.
Wow.
The pad is empty.
It hasn't been empty for quite a while now.
Oh, my gosh.
It looks strange. But look, right on the horizon at the production facility, just right down the street to the right, ready to go, boosters and ships.
I just have no idea what I just witnessed. Holy crap. That is unbelievable. You can kind of see its contrail.
Yeah.
That is-
Absolutely.
So as far as what's next, yeah, they're going to have to evaluate, like, is this an inherent design flaw with the flaps and all of that stuff? See what failed, see how they can improve upon it for the next one. And that's the cool thing. They can build and iterate in months instead of years.
Yeah.
And my guess is now the next flights will not have flaps, as we know, because they literally have ones that don't have flaps. That way they don't have to worry about reentry system. But this gives them an opportunity to see, how did the heat shield tiles hold up
Yes.
on ascent? Because they got through most of the atmosphere, and all the parts that would normally, even launch, the shaking of launch, how does that hold up for those heat shield tiles?
Yeah.
They're going to have a lot of data here.
Yeah.
They're going to have a lot of good stuff to go through to learn and see what happened. So that's all. I can't believe still the tracking shot where you're seeing the engines, you're seeing them go out.
I'm loving that. That's such good data too for us.
Oh my gosh. I want to know, I would love to know how intentional those shutdowns were and stuff.
Yeah, same. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was the craziest thing I have ever seen.
Wow. You almost went to the
I
bathroom.
almost went
You almost
to-
left me to run the stream.
I would have just run out here still peeing, to be honest. Like, literally, I don't even care.
I'm so glad that didn't happen.
I would
This is
just
much better.
Just wow. Yeah. No, I did not pee my pants. Andrew, our producer, is asking the question, did I pee my pants? No. Surprisingly, Surprisingly not. I think everything just went when it did take off. So I think I'm totally fine. Like I don't even have to pee anymore. So, I don't know.
Wow. Okay, SpaceX tweeted, as if the flight test was not exciting enough, Starship experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, a RUD, before stage separation. Teams will continue to review data and work toward our next test flight. So hopefully they'll tell us soon about how long that will be. But if you think it'll be months, less?
I think the next flight will be a few months away.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, at minimum. I'm not saying...
minimum?
Yeah. Wait.
Maximum.
No, at minimum. I think the quickest it could be at this point is 2 to 3 months.
You think so?
I think we have a little bit of a break.
Ooh.
I think 2 to 3 months because they're going to need to. Some of this will have to go through the FAA.
I just got rained on.
It created a rain cloud.
Oh my God, it did. I was going to say that looks like a storm cloud. That is the mushroom cloud from the pad.
Which is a lot of water vapor.
That flew over our heads. It's a dust cloud. Oh my God. There's sand falling all over me. Get your laptop out of here.
Holy crap. We're going back inside the studio.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
There is dust, sand.
Holy crap. Are you kidding me? That was something I was not expecting to see. If you can. I don't know if Ben knows that's sand. Sanded on. I did not expect that to happen. On my list of things.
No. Oh my goodness.
On my top 10, what was going to happen after launch?
That was
us getting sanded. What? My laptop is like.
My laptop is also full of sand.
No
as is my
way,
hair.
guys. What?
Whew.
What just happened? We just got
Look,
covered
we have sand all over us.
in sand. It kicked up.
It's all over you.
It's all over you.
Yeah.
What?
I did not expect that one.
My coffee's full of sand
I'm
now.
sorry.
Oh my gosh.
How we doing?
We're literally covered in sand from 5 miles away.
That's wild. Ow. Oh. How is this still entering my eyeball?
I did not even imagine a world where that could be feasible.
That came this direction, so
Yes.
it won't hit Isla Blanca, right?
Probably not Isla Blanca, but look at the laptop. It's like covered in... Oh my gosh, sorry. We're not listening to Andrew. He's probably yelling at us about things we need to be doing and saying and thinking about.
I'm trying.
This is crazy.
Ooh.
Welcome to the team gets covered in sand from... This is probably valuable sand.
Hey.
First Starship launch sand. I'm never washing this shirt. That'd actually be cool to frame it, honestly.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's actually
frame that shirt. It actually looks really cool.
I want to do that.
Yeah.
Like, this is sand from the launch.
Look at my computer.
Look at my computer.
It might not be good.
Hey, Flo or anybody, if we can get anybody with those lens wipes, we might want to kind of clear these up. Yeah, but this will get off. We've got those. Actually, wait. You know what? I have a huge box of them right here. You run the show.
I have it in my teeth. Sand is crunching my teeth. Are we still live?
I don't know if we're still live. This might just be for us at this point.
Okay, cool.
I'm sure we're
That
still
sounds
live.
fun.
I'm sure we're still live. People are just watching.
Like, wow.
The sand clearing off.
Wow. All over my face.
Oh, man, guys. Yeah, first off, sorry that we're not paying too much attention to you at this exact moment as we are reevaluating life and sand. That was so weird. I was like, oh, it's raining.
Yeah, I too.
And then I looked at you.
Oops, I'm sorry. I just accidentally deleted a comment. I didn't mean to do that.
Ooh.
All right, we are not.
Okay, we'll try to blow the screens off because, yeah, it is a lot of sand. But maybe
Thanks, Colin.
Yeah, we had a reminder not to wipe the screen with sand on it because we may scratch them.
Look at this.
I can't believe that. Yeah.
All over
our
everything.
phones, like, holy crap.
Wow.
Sand. I mean, it is like a desolate, sandy thing, but anyway, let's get ready to potentially answer some more questions again now that we survived the sandstorm of Starship, the Starship sandstorm. What questions do you guys have other than why is it raining sand down on us?
I'm checking in with our resident scientists here.
Oh my gosh. I do actually have a question. This is on behalf of everybody. Will we be able to get a little bit of playback at all from when we dump footage from the Z cams? Oh man.
Wow.
We will find out. We will await that. So speaking of shirts and merch, again, we won't probably sell the sandblasted one in the store. But if you guys do want 10% off of anything that says full flow stage combustion cycle in our shop, head on over to everydayastronaut.com/shop. Get yourself some full flow stage combustion cycle merch today, 10% off. That's in remembrance of the first orbital launch attempt using full flow stage combustion cycle.
Incredible.
Hey, you know what this reminds me of?
Tell me.
Holy crap. Ready, history buffs? This reminds me, this ended up being N1 style. Thank you. Thank you. But we just learned from Colin not to do it because it will scratch the screen. So we're going to hold off for now. Do you think it'd be cool to frame this?
Yes.
Honestly, it's like the first launches, stuff.
Full of sand.
Isn't that crazy? We're full of sand.
It's all over my face.
I did not see that coming. Yeah. You want to come say hi, by the way?
All right.
Allie, my girlfriend, always too shy for camera, but yet always camera ready.
Always camera ready.
In any condition.
Zach Golden just tweeted, Booster 7 lost at least 6 engines before reaching max Q. And I agree. This was absolutely incredible to witness. Congratulations.
Yeah. Andrew, I don't know if, I think he took off for a second because I haven't heard him, or maybe I'm not hearing him. Okay, cool. I was saying that we do have 10% off of the full flow stage combustion cycle shirt today. So if you guys do want to support what we do here, head on over to everydayastronaut.com/shop. Get some merch. Again, we're not probably going to sell the one that's filled with sand, but we do have a lot of cool full flow stage combustion cycle merch here, which is, of course, the engine cycle that flew today. First orbital launch attempt ever of something that had full flow stage combustion cycle. So very, very cool. And again, we do have, unless he's got sold out, I think we're okay still, but we do have the color-changing heat shield tile mugs that are a very, very cool gift for anybody that's nerdy enough to appreciate the fact that when you drink your coffee, you're going to get it nice and warm, just like Starship reentry. So, yeah, very fun. So, everydayastronaut.com/shop, use launch day coupon code for 10% off of anything that says full flow stage combustion cycle. Yeah.
So I'm really curious about our pad cams right now, but just got to check in with Andrew, and it sounds like we've lost connection to our pad cams. So that could be like SN11, where maybe the dish just went.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's mostly that, honestly.
Or
do we have any confirmation from NSF or Lab Padre how their stuff is doing?
I am curious. I don't know. Let me check in.
Yeah, do a little research. Maybe in Discord we can
research.
Wow. Okay, so you know what I was saying? Oh, my mom just super chatted us.
Hi.
Oh,
Mom's watching.
Yay.
I think my mom and sister were watching too. Maybe my dad.
Hang on, this is from my mom. I'm going to pull my mom up on screen.
Come on, Mom.
Hello, Mom. Congrats to Team Everyday Astronaut. I will say, and Cosmic Perspective. Best wishes to Mary Liz and Ryan.
Thank
how
you.
How will this mom survive Dear Moon? You will survive Dear Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's going to be nothing like this. By the time Dear Moon flies, we're going to have seen 100 of these babies.
Yeah, but have you ever been a mom?
No, I haven't. No,
you don't understand.
No, I don't understand. And I do know that's a big deal for friends and family involved. Even for you with Cyan when she flew on Inspiration 4.
Just weeping.
And even me, who I only barely know her. I had just had a few interactions with her, and we're just kind of online friends. When I did not expect to lose it at Inspiration 4, and I did.
I lost it too.
That's if you want to see something embarrassing, go back and watch our Inspiration 4 live stream. I'm there on site, and all of a sudden it just hit me, and I couldn't even talk. I couldn't do anything. I just sat there and cried.
Yeah. Aww.
It was so weird.
That's what I
Because I've seen, at this point, I'd seen dozens of launches.
Yeah.
So I definitely wasn't expecting just to start. And I'd seen even humans fly before.
Same.
But I lost it. So I understand the fact that, you know, it's going to be emotional for friends and family.
Yes.
You know, but that's always the true with any, you know, exploration. I'm sure the first people that went to try to cross the seas, you know, friends and family were nervous, and the first people that were trying to climb Mount Everest. And nowadays people climb Mount Everest all the time. It's like not even a big deal.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I'm going away for the weekend. I'm going to climb Mount Everest.
Exactly. Like it's literally become like a problem of congestion.
There are too many
like
people.
Traffic.
Yeah.
Like there's traffic jams on Mount Everest because so many people are climbing it. You know what I mean? And I think that's literally like the era we're moving into with spaceflight is like there is going to be so routine and normal that the safety factor is proven, and it'll become normalized because it is the next step. It is the next stage of humanity.
This is the next stage of space exploration. I mean, it's already been normalized that Falcon 9s and, you know, all sorts of rockets are constantly taking off from the Cape and elsewhere. We don't even watch all the launches anymore as super engaged space fans.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
To get to this next phase where it's like, oh my God, bursts are coming again. But then that will normalize too, like everything.
Sorry, I'm still just like replaying that
don't,
launch in my head,
don't
and
you
it's
be sorry.
just incredible.
Yeah.
Like, I wish it was clearer. It was a little bit hazy, you know, so you mostly would just see the exhaust trail.
Yeah.
Which was bright orange at the beginning, probably meaning where they're likely losing engines early on even.
Good point.
I'll bet you data will show that like even at liftoff they basically lost a few engines. But the number one thing to remember is that we did not lose the pad.
No.
The pad is there.
Stage 0 remains.
Which is the most, that would have been the worst thing. Would have been losing infrastructure. So everything's there, and the, you know, public grounds, everyone's safe and sound. I still can't believe that we're covered. That is so, I'm sorry. Just the whole thing has been wild. Oh my gosh. We're seeing some stills coming through Discord of.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Stills coming in like Jack Byer. Crazy. Excitement delivered. Exactly. I still don't know how we. Yeah. And I just.
Gorgeous shots from pad cams. Wow.
Yeah.
Hopper lives on. Chris
Hopper
Bergen
lives
says,
on.
Immortal. I mean, that's a great sign. If Hopper lives on, you know, stage 0 is probably okay.
Oh my gosh. My throat hurts so bad. I couldn't believe it. And you know, I did the thing too, by the way. I don't know if you did.
Tell me.
I woke up this morning and I said, I want to be nice and composed.
Yeah.
I'm going to just watch this launch.
No, I forgot to do
like
that.
a normal human. I'm just a normal person watching a rocket fly.
But you're not.
And yet, it takes off and all of that turns off. And
I was trying to remain composed, and then you were like, no, we can jump.
Yeah, because we don't have cameras. Like,
I love
so
that.
when we were here for the SN10, 11, 15, we had our tracking assets and a lot of cameras pointed that were pretty telephoto. And if we jumped around, it would like ruin the shots. We don't have that. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, now that's scary. Andrew's probably cursing us the whole time because we're screaming, we're ripping off the headphones, we're ripping out the cables.
Stop listening to Andrew. And he hates when I do that. But I love to actually hear it in real life, you know, like it sounds different.
Yes, it does.
And
without noise canceling headphones on.
Well, they're the isolating headphones. I just had to hear it. And isolating. I'll remember to put them back on after we get the initial rumble, okay?
Okay.
And yeah, so the biggest thing is my microphone sounds bad, but I'm also screaming into it. I feel like that also would sound bad.
True. So I asked in Discord, in the Everyday Astronaut Discord, about the NSF pad cams, and they said it's there's one that's on its side. It's a a remote is on its side and it still works. It's a camera graveyard out there, says DJ Weber. Thank you.
It would have been fun with our robo to be able to look around, but you know.
Definitely. Yeah. So
we'll have to come up. We might have to resurrect the pyramid. Remember when we built the big giant dumb pyramid?
Yeah.
We might have to do something like that so that we have a really like rock solid.
I loved that thing.
I hated that thing.
Okay, fair enough.
It haunted us for a long time. It stayed here at the studio for way too long. Yeah. I'm pretty sure like it had some very negative energy. I don't really believe in that, but like, you know,
why not?
Evil triangle. And I blame it for SN11. So
oh.
yeah, that was its fault. Brandy, sorry, again, we're missing so many insanely, just huge thank you for massive super chats. Brandy, thank you so much for another very, very, very generous super chat. We really, really, really appreciate it. Oh, that's fun. We need a sand-covered cap giveaway. That's something else. We should auction that off for charity or something.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That'd be fun.
By the way, I think we might be wrong about stage 0 if Zach Golden is right. He says
say?
the damage to the launch pad is going to be pretty significant. That concrete was absolutely obliterated, headed to the airport soon with RGB aerial photos. So maybe they'll be...
Yeah. No, I mean, the pad, the important thing is that it's the structures are still there.
The tower remains.
The tank farm didn't explode.
Right.
The tower is there. The ring's there. Yeah, there's going to be damage, of course.
Yeah.
And we expected. I had heard people saying like they were planning to excavate anyway to maybe do some like water deluge in the future.
Right.
We're starting to see some equipment show up that's like water deluge equipment. So we're expecting them to do that. This was just letting the rocket do some of the groundwork for them.
I see.
They're
doing the digging for them. Yeah. They don't care.
Yeah. Now, of course, there's always the potential for debris to fly and ruin stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But
I didn't see anything catastrophic.
You know what I just realized?
Tell me. I'm listening.
The remotes inside the pad?
Yes.
So SpaceX actually had us anchor them to the railing this time. Mm-hmm. They didn't allow any freestanding tripods, which is great because on Monday they did. We could just set up tripods and I mean, there's no way a tripod's going to just not go, gone. So everything had to be secured to this railing, and that will be so important. I'll bet we still have cameras that get thrown off or have a huge chunk of concrete just Your VR camera will be the coolest thing.
Oh, I thought you were saying that it was going to be destroyed.
Oh, it's going to be gone.
No.
It's going to be destroyed. Those lenses for sure are gone.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. Remember it got ruined at Firefly, didn't it?
True.
Or the Falcon Heavy landing.
Yeah, no, that was...
You guys have the app now available in the in Oculus Store.
In Oculus Store, yeah.
Yeah, and you can actually stand there. It is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Literally, outside of maybe this, and being there in person, it is actually almost in some ways cooler because... So Cosmic Perspective has an app in the Oculus Store if you guys have VR. And you can look up and watch a Falcon Heavy booster come down and land next to you in stereoscopic VR with incredible sound and everything. It is, I mean, and there's tons of other footage. There's a lot of footage of Starbase and of rollouts.
Yep.
So you get the sense of how big the stuff is. You can look around and feel like you're standing there.
Yeah.
This is going to be one that might be traumatizing because it's just going to be you.
Boom.
Concrete face, in stereoscopic VR.
It's a little wild to put the headset on and be at the pad where no one can possibly be, right?
Yes,
It's
physically
shocking.
You can't be that close. You would be dead.
Yes.
So you are standing in VR experiencing something that would just kill you.
Yeah. And it is really cool. I think my favorite is also the Falcon Heavy boosters landing at the landing zone.
Yeah. Yep. That one is...
And you can see Jenny Hauptmann's camera just boop. I think it was her tripod that falls over, and it's kind of fun to watch the other cameras nearby. They're your little friends.
Around and get a sense of the power that is, and that's only a single Merlin engine doing that much.
Wow.
A Merlin is half the thrust of a Raptor.
Yeah.
SpaceX has 33 Raptor engines on that thing. So the cameras that are there
unfathomable.
I just hope that that the footage is recoverable.
The memory cards remain.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Yeah. If there is a camera, I will buy pizza for whoever's camera out there is completely still working and they can take a picture with it afterwards.
All right. We'll have a party.
Up to one person.
Oh.
Because what if they all survive and I'm like, well, I owe 400 pizzas now. I'm broke.
There aren't 400 cameras though.
There's 100 probably.
Really?
Yeah, 100 pizzas.
Wow. That's a lot of pizzas.
I'm not taking that risk.
I understand.
Actually, you know what? That'd only be realistically, that'd only be a $500 risk, I guess. If we buy cheap, crappy pizza. Jack's Pizza. We get Jack's Pizza.
Oh.
I'm promising you have to, now listen. You pick up in person. I'm not delivering or any of that. I will buy a Jack's Pizza and not sponsored by Jack's. Anyone whose camera survived.
I thought you were talking about Jack Bayer.
No, the crappy $1 pizzas that I actually love.
Oh.
Yeah, frozen pizza. Yeah.
All right. Elon does tweet, congrats SpaceX team on an exciting test launch of Starship. Learned a lot for next test launch in a few months. You were nailing it on the timeline there.
Yep. I just can't even.
Incredible.
Oh, man. Yep. Yeah, that is this. I just still can't believe it actually happened.
I am beside myself.
I want to retweet Elon's thing. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Progress. We are here. I mean, that is just, we saw it. Oh, you know what I was starting to say then forgot?
Sorry.
That this looked an awful lot like the N1.
Oh, that's what you were going to say.
Yeah, history buffs. And it's funny, it is a common thing for people to be like, well, this won't work because the N1 didn't work. And they point to the number of engines and all these things. And I'm always quick to say, well, these are you really can't compare the two. You really can't.
However, you are going to now.
There's a lot of engines lost.
Yeah.
It did continue flying, though, is the thing, and the N1, N1 had something similar. On all 4 flights, it never made it through first stage burn. And this also did not quite complete first stage burn either. It may have. I think the vehicle is just still going for it, Yeah, it's hard knowing, honestly, what they're all going to learn from it. But yeah, the big thing is the Raptor will still get a lot more reliable too. This is the highest the Raptor's ever flown. So as the atmosphere changes, the ambient conditions change. This is the first time they've had that many firing right next to each other. So if, let's say they could have experienced something where the heat from one is affecting the other or vice versa, things like that. There's things they're learning right now that are looking back, they're going, oh, well, But I don't think fundamentally this is an issue.
Yeah.
I don't think this is like a huge design flaw that will not allow them to make this work in the future.
That is, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I have faith that this engine is still very early on, and they're producing one a day.
Yeah.
And they're firing them literally multiple times a day up in McGregor.
Yeah.
About 8 hours from here or wherever. And, they are learning that engine still and making it more reliable than any other rocket engine because they have so much data. Like that's rocket engines, are typically they're engineered and designed, and then they're like, okay, once we have it figured out, now we put it on the rocket and it's done. This is not the SpaceX way. No. They iterate. Literally all 33 of those Raptor engines, I'll bet there's almost no 2 that are identical as far as actual hardware.
Wow.
So they're probably looking at it going, oh, well, that one bearing, I guess, worked better than that bearing. Or what, I can't imagine what the propulsion team is sitting there going like, oh, that worked amazingly. Or, well, I guess they might even, the fun thing is they could always revert back to like older designs. If some of the, who knows, older engines were actually holding up better at certain points and stuff. Yeah, pretty crazy. Oh, yeah. By the way, quick birthday shout-outs to multiple people.
Yes.
So last night was Rhiannon from Dear Moon's birthday.
Oh, cool.
Today is Kareem from Dear Moon's birthday.
Hey, happy birthday.
Your birthday was just a week ago.
On the 12th.
Yeah, on the 12th, Yuri's night.
Yeah.
My cousin's birthday is today, Brian.
Aww.
Happy birthday, Brian, wherever. It's a exciting day, and now I can't believe the first launch of Starship happened on 420. Of course, that's a meme. So, wow,
absolutely incredible.
Oh man. Okay. I've got one that I would like to answer here. Brandy Holscher, thank you again for your super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Do you think that range safety intentionally blew up Starship as it couldn't separate from Super Heavy and began tumbling? Yes. I think that the flight termination system looked like it was engaged. We heard the boom.
Yeah.
Like it was triggered, and they do that out of an abundance of caution. And it also, but they want to hold off on that as long as possible to gather as much data on the rocket as they can. So yeah, we saw it literally cartwheeling. I mean, Firefly, I think, held the record before at like one full cartwheel before it blew up.
Wow.
This looked like it did like multiple.
I can't wait to review the footage.
I can't believe it held up and that the stages didn't separate.
Yeah.
And all that. I mean, absolutely crazy. You're welcome, Brandy. I see a quick thank you for your answer. Yes, it definitely range safety, but you actually do want to wait on range. And actually, one of the fun things, I remember I made this old video, the biggest booms in spaceflight history, like the biggest explosions.
Yeah.
And I talked about this old Atlas launch, and I was kind of making fun of the fact that the range officer, waited so long and basically hit the flight termination right before the ground. And I was like, but what's the point? But a couple people pointed out that that's good. It minimizes the debris field.
Oh, interesting.
It allows as much time as possible to collect data and transmit data, and hopefully, get to the root cause easier. So it was actually a good thing that the range officer waited, knowing that the trajectory was fine, that no one was in the path, and you do still want to have that be blown up before it reaches the ground, just so it's in a controlled manner. You can have a better chance of it being a proper deflagration and not a detonation. So when it hits the ground, if it all releases simultaneously, it can mix really well, and you can have a very, very large explosion. I am thinking now, I'm realizing, even as we're talking about, I need to remind people, including my mom and the family members of upcoming crew, that again, this was a very early test flight. It's okay that it blew up. That was very much in the
realm of possibility.
Way up there in the realm of possibilities.
Excitement guaranteed.
Yes, excitement guaranteed. And they all knew, as long as we clear the pad and don't ruin our tank farm and our stage 0, the launch pad and all that stuff, it's a total thumbs up.
Yes.
You saw the people cheering at SpaceX headquarters. They were excited. This was good. And I know it's visually could be disturbing to imagine that someday crew will be on this, but it's not anywhere near the same.
Yeah.
It's so far removed from that still.
Yeah.
Think about the first Falcon 9 flights. They weren't pretty either, and nowadays it's the most reliable rocket ever, and I would get on that thing in a heartbeat. I would have no hesitation,
I agree with you on that one.
And now, Starship is still in the early days, so it's hard to look and imagine a world where this is going to be super, super, incredibly reliable to the point where you can rely, put your life on the line to ride the thing. I'm actually pretty risk adverse, although I used to be a crazy motorcycle wheelie kind of guy, a total jerk, and a speed freak, and an adventure seeker. I still have a little bit of that, but I have no interest in not living till my hundreds.
You've matured a little bit.
I've matured a little bit. I would love to live into my, late in life. Yes, Mary Liz, I think you'll want to turn around for this. We are about to watch some replay of tracking. Hang on, let me actually tweet that we're going to be sharing some replay tracking. 1 second here. Relay
footage.
I know. Just it'll be slow-mo though, right?
Tracking shot.
Hang on.
Wow. Okay, we have no promises, but we are excited regardless.
Yeah. All right. I have tweeted. Go ahead.
Let's see that shot. Wow.
Oh my gosh, this is real time, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Look how steady that tracking shot is though.
I cannot. This is with the telescope?
Yeah, is that the scope? Yeah.
Wow, Ryan on the telescope.
This is your husband.
I can't believe it.
That is wild.
I've never seen the booster look so chilled like that.
Yeah, it's wild to see it just completely iced over.
Wow.
What's crazy is the ice would, as you're draining propellant. Okay, that was the first shot we got for now. We'll get more. We will get more. That is, I can't believe that.
Wow. I just feel like a kid in a candy shop. We have all these fun toys, telescopes and cameras.
We have cameras all over the place. And because they're such large files, they're 4K, 120 frames a second, it'll be a long time for us to pull the data back on some of them. We'll be able to try to get some of the ones from the Jetty and the North Beach, South Beach. Maybe before, hopefully we might get some of those before we end our stream. But if not, be sure you're subscribed. We will be posting a super compilation, as well as Cosmic Perspective. We'll also do, I'm sure, an artistic film.
Oh,
so ours, so we're kind of, we both post similar imagery, but it's in a very different style. So Everyday Astronaut will kind of have the straight up, straight shots, boop, 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 slow-mo, supercut, edit. And Cosmic Perspective will inevitably make some beautiful film, as always. So if you're not subscribed to Cosmic Perspective, I highly recommend. People are asking about the grid fins on Ascent. Yes, the grid fins intentionally. Again, we'll use our handy-dandy model. Falcon 9 has grid fins that retract and are folded in on Ascent. And then at apogee, or once at stage separation, shortly after and after boost back burn, then they can fold out the grid fins. Starship, they decided they looked at the data. They looked at the aerodynamic models, and someone decided, you know what? It's actually fine if they stay open. It simplifies it. We don't have to have this heavy mechanism to lift the grid fins open. We'll just keep them open.
Who would have thought? I mean, we'll see what they decide about today. But
it looked like, though, it was stable enough through ascent, even with these features. And I'm guessing the biggest thing is to start having a massive thrust offset, because you're losing engine after engine after engine.
Right. So
I'm guessing that's going to be the big thing that caused the out of control nature. And I don't think it was aerodynamic considerations. So, it's that went better than I thought. The aerodynamic, it stayed surprisingly well in control.
Yeah. No. I really thought that it might explode on the pad or something like that. I didn't imagine. Whew.
This is from Claudio. I want to Cindy. I totally get you. Cindy, my mom, who was super chatted earlier, and we caught her. My daughter is 3, says she wants to go to the moon, and I'm already worried. Great coverage, guys. See you in a few months. Yeah, I mean, by the time your 3-year-old daughter is ready to go to the moon, that'll be such a common occurrence.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be like taking a train to Frankfurt.
Exactly.
But not from here. Hopefully from somewhere within.
I think that underscores what today is about for me, is witnessing the building of the station. I don't know. This is going to rewrite the way that we do things as humans.
Yes.
Once we get to the next phase, but this is the beginning of that phase.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's so hard to just even picture what this means. What today represents progress. I know it's easy to sound like we're being hyperbolic about but I really remember that this reminds me of when I was first watching the Falcon 9 try to land, trying to explain to people why it's important and be like, no, trust me, like if they can actually start landing these things and reusing them, which at the time still seemed impossible. I remember 2014, there was so much doubt that not only was this physically impossible to land, they'll never do it. If they do, it's like a 1 in a million and cool party trick. But it's never going to be something you can rely on. It's never going to be, technically that feasible and multiple times feasible. And it's never going to be, most importantly, it's never going to be actually reusable. You're not going to be able to take that rocket that you caught or, recovered and actually refly it. And yet, today, it's so routine, and it's already made SpaceX by far the most prolific launch provider, the #1 choice, and often, almost every year, we have multiple programs and vehicles flying that were already booked for something else, but they can't. Either those are delayed, or those contracts get canceled, and it's just so much cheaper to fly on SpaceX that they almost have no other choice.
Yeah, I really, really have so much faith in the team, and.
Yeah.
All right. I hear that we have another replay ready to go. What do you think?
I think we should watch it.
I think we should roll that.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
This is the explosion, I'm told.
Oh, my gosh.
Right. Wait for it.
Oh, my gosh. I love that we have these incredible tracking assets. I can't believe they let it cartwheel so many times. It's just full-blown cartwheeling.
Is this still the telescope tracker?
Yeah.
Wow.
I cannot believe it. Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
And no more.
Look. Oh, my
you can see the 2 different flight terminations. One, and notice that one was a bigger boom.
Yes.
That's because that was Starship, which was still fully fueled. Whereas opposed to the first explosion was the booster. And the booster, and by the way, we need to remind people that along this flight path was completely clear. The range cleared from boats, airplanes, everything.
Yeah, so this is a safe debris zone.
It's a safe hazard, a safe little corridor there. Let's play it again. Roll that beautiful bean footage again. That is
just put it on a loop.
Oh my gosh. So it's pretty crazy to think, that this is okay, that there is no risk to people or property. And that even though it was an explosion, it was a controlled explosion. And yeah, I mean, just crazy. So watch, the first explosion is when they detonate the booster. The booster is basically empty at this point. This was after its full burn. It almost looks like it's trying to do the boost back burn because it definitely looks like it's down to fewer engines. I think it's still going through like the motions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has expected that it's done stage separation by now, and poor thing.
Wow.
And then you're going to see here soon, SpaceX just hits, or the range will hit the boom.
Wow.
Boom, there's the booster.
Yep.
So
And that's less
that goes
fuel.
that. Yep. And then another boom will be bigger because it's still the fully fueled Starship upper stage.
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
And wait, if we look at that, were the engines actually running for a second? It almost looked like because the upper stage engines, yeah, if you can scrub back for us, this is incredible footage. Okay, yep, go back a little bit further. Okay, so there's the first, and then let's see, are the engines running on the upper stage? Almost, it looked like for a second.
Yeah.
What if they actually went for stage, like,
Oh, wow.
since it did get separated, it looks like they are.
Yeah. I love that we can hear the
Excitement.
audio from...
Hey, Mary Liz, I realized you could probably be looking at my tablet. That could be your monitor.
Hey. That'd be a little less awkward for the people, I suppose. I'm looking at my bag.
Yeah, because that's actually a monitor. We should probably... You could be in charge of the telestrator, actually. You probably have much better handwriting than me. Mine's terrible.
We could test that theory. Wow, this is a little awkward.
I mean, we can do that off air. But yeah, now you can get a better sense of it, and I can get a better sense of it. Okay, so... I mean, it looks like they let the engines almost go for ignition on that.
Wow.
And that it would have survived intact enough for that to be a possibility. Oh, yeah. Full broadcast mode. Freeze and draw, baby. Okay. Can you go back a tiny bit? Can you go frame by frame? We're working on this. Still, some of our stuff is, we're getting there. Oh, that's so crazy. I just can't believe this. I can't believe we finally got footage and we didn't get oh my gosh, look how crazy that is.
Remember how sad we were at in-flight abort when we wanted to get a controlled explosion of a rocket?
Yeah.
And...
Okay, so yeah.
Oh,
see that frame right there?
Yeah.
Telestrator, Mary Liz is going to circle the blue part. Yes, so notice that is blue. Blue. And then say...
Engine.
Yeah, engine question mark? We're already spreading rumors. But it does look like it. Yeah.
I like drawing on this.
And you'll notice that a plume actually does come out. So I don't know if we're able to go frame by frame yet. But if we are, we'll actually see that the plume does come out.
How do we erase it? Wow.
Andrew's going to do it.
Nice.
That might just be the beginning of the flight termination. And then... Yeah, that just looks like flight termination.
Oh, man. Oh,
fun idea. It was a fun theory, though, for a second. Oh, you know what? We should always probably have this up so that people know your name. What is...
Take it off.
I feel like we for those of you that still don't know, because we do get this question often, Mary Liz Shalinsky, part of Cosmic Perspective and part of Everyday Astronaut.
Oh, my God.
Full-time...
Why is this so hard? All right.
Marp Liz?
Marp Liz.
Oh, yeah. Marp Liz.
Term.
It's one word, by the way. Mary Liz. You get called Mary often. There's Boca Chica Mary. There's Boca Chica Maria. You are neither. You are
can call
Mary
me
Liz.
ML.
ML. Mary Liz.
Yeah. Call me ML.
I am just can't even wait to see all of the footage come through, though.
Wow.
This is so fun. I need to say again, thank you for everyone that has tuned in today and hung out. And we're going to be hanging out for a little while longer and try to answer a few more questions. And then we're going to get the crew fed. And I'm guessing tonight there's going to be...
we're going to have a massive celebration. Listen, I want to celebrate this moment in spaceflight history. I want to celebrate what our team has come here to do together. I want to celebrate the wedding for all the people that couldn't come because they were here setting up for the launch.
Yes, some of our team members and some of your best friends couldn't make it to the wedding.
And I was
because,
like, don't worry about it. I get it.
Yeah, couldn't make it to the wedding in Florida because they were here working.
We need that Starbase edition.
We definitely need to say another big thing to Andrew Keating, who has stayed here specifically just to really do a a ton of extra work. So,
yes.
I mean, everyone has worked a lot, but it happened. We can take a little bit of a break now. Maybe you guys can go on a honeymoon.
What?
Can you imagine that?
I mean, we basically live in, a paradise.
Paradise. A purgatorial paradise. You're welcome.
But, we have not really taken any kind of trip for so long because we've been here trying to document every piece of history that's being made. That's important to us. But it would be lovely to just take a little moment to celebrate everything that we've been working toward and this day and our beautiful life that we've chosen together.
It's surreal that finally, like after the years of being out here, we finally see the thing that we've been waiting to see. Just still can't even believe it.
No, I'm blown away.
Yeah.
It happened today.
I know. I can't wait. The island's going to be crazy today.
I was just thinking about Cyan, who's out there on the island, Jean out there on the island, Pisani, our volunteers, Blaine and Michael.
Yep.
Really, really excited to hear what it was like to be immersed in the crowd. And, there's not a lot of cell service out on Isla Blanca at the park. And so I wonder if they had any idea what was going on.
Right. Well, I think SpaceX had, they did have a monitor out there near, if you're close enough to the amphitheater, you might be able to hear some of that. But I'm guessing with thousands of people trying to watch on their phones,
it's a little rough out there.
It'd be clueless. So, someone asked if I ever made it to the restroom. No, not yet. It disappeared. It became part of my blood now. So just my body absorbed it and I'm now 50% urine. So
I don't think that's good.
That is so funny. I am the bad luck charm, the good luck charm. I feel like every time there's something where I'm like, all right, turn off the cameras, everybody, we're done for the day. Boom, SN10 blew up, I'm like, all right, I'm about to just go pee, and I look up and I see it lighting, and I'm like, what? Because I thought the hold was going to be longer than that. And
it's funny because I was just about to interject and say, I'm seeing that the hold was lifted, but so I wouldn't have let you leave.
Oh my gosh.
But it was comical that it happened that way.
My gosh. My group chat, shout out to group chat in Cedar Falls. Where Neil is saying, I definitely wanted to see some pee. He wanted to see me pee my pants. What if I had just already accepted the fact that I had to go pee and then just watch him and then just my God. Oh man. Oh, absolutely wild. I ran over my own cord. Well, let's get back to a few more of your guys' questions because you guys there's still 35,000 people watching. Oh, I am seeing, by the way, a little bit of footage.
Go on.
The NSF van, the back window is here, let me pull it up.
Back window's blown out?
Not just blown out.
Oh, no.
This is probably not good for gear. I hope our everyone else's gear is okay. I mean, look at this.
Wow. Oh, hello. Oh. Big concrete chunk hit
the van.
Oh, Lord.
Holy
That's rough, guys.
Crap.
Isn't that Mary's?
No. Mary's is a different color.
Sorry.
But I can't believe that.
Wow.
It threw a huge chunk. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Terrible.
That's why I'm worried about the pad cameras.
Yeah, and I see a lot of debris. It looks like concrete.
Tripods all over the place. Mm-hmm. I wonder how our stuff is faring. Will there be a huge slab of concrete just laying on top of our...
Don't say that.
Ross head? You never know.
Don't say it. Oh,
you never know. We'll have to find out. Knock on wood. That we're
when do you think they will... So, okay, I'm thinking back to SN11.
Yep.
How long it took SpaceX to let us back in to retrieve our cameras, the pyramid that we don't speak of. It was about 24 hours, wasn't it? Or was it quite?
I think it was that night, wasn't it?
I remember all of us kind of waiting in line to get in because we didn't know.
It was first thing in the morning. I think it was that night.
Yeah.
It was 12 hours or 10 hours.
I wonder if it'll be about the same for this, or...
I wonder too. I can't wait to see what did and didn't happen.
Oh, God. Wow. Seeing a lot in our Discord, in our Cosmic Perspective Discord, a lot of Jake's giving me some updates. Wow.
Oh, man.
Crazy.
There is actually, I can, if you text them to me too, I can throw them up on air. But Let me show this. Somebody, I think, screen captured from. Oh my gosh!
Oh, ow! Yeah.
It's like full blown. Oh,
you've probably seen the same thing I just texted you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing.
I'm sorry. I keep
it's
forgetting
like,
I have a monitor.
I mean,
now.
that's like kinetic energy there. That's not just a piece of concrete falling. That's like shooting.
Oh,
quickly.
Yeah. I just understood the orientation of the band now.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Epic. NSF.
Ooh, buddy.
You guys, I can't believe the van's still standing.
That's pretty
I hope
incredible.
the camera and the equipment's okay. I'm guessing
Yeah.
there might be a thing or two, but the dish is there. I hope that didn't totally affect it. I know they've got like some pretty nice NDI, like the cameras right there. And
yeah. Oh, I hope everything is recovered quickly, swiftly, and without much cost.
I mean, it's just like, it's anyone's odds there. This is the world's most powerful rocket launch ever. And again, not using like a traditional flame trench or deluge or anything. We knew concrete was going to be a thing this time.
And SpaceX made it very clear. You're setting remotes. You accept.
At your own risk.
At your own risk. What could
not
possibly
risk
happen.
to yourself, because of course no one's there.
No.
But your property risk. Yep. That is absolutely. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Hey, I gotta retweet this.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't actually because I'm not logged in. I'll do it later. Oh my gosh. Crazy.
Man.
That is absolutely bonkers. This is from God's Eye. It says, I thought of all the possible scenarios for a RUD, a rapid unscheduled disassembly, but I didn't expect a full stack spiral, like just cartwheel over cartwheel. Wow, SpaceX really took Starship for a spin.
I like that.
For a spin. They sure did. I mean, they're going to have so much data from this. It's going to be absolutely wild. Kevin Russell, congrats and thank you so much for an incredible weekend. Sophia and I had the time of our lives at the wedding and Yuri's night.
Love you guys.
That's so fun.
Some dear friends.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, it was amazing. Like your wedding.
It was epic.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't really had a chance to think about it.
You probably haven't. You're going to have to like watch the footage of your own wedding just to like remember it at this point.
I hope somebody placed remotes. I didn't.
Oh man. It's been such a whirlwind. The last little bit here has been the craziest few weeks of a lot of our lives, I think. I'm trying to get to some of your guys' super chats here. This is an interesting fact. I didn't know this, and I would love to confirm this, but I'll read it anyway with I assume it's probably close to accurate. SpaceX just launched a rocket taller than the tallest buildings in 19 states.
Wow. How did someone do that research?
I'll bet it's actually fairly easy. I'm sure someone out there has a list of like the tallest buildings in each state.
Yeah.
That is wild. I bet it's taller than any building in Iowa. Des Moines has a relatively tall, building, but Andrew says corn silos. Yeah, we got some real tall corn silos. I mean, it looked about like that, frankly. So,
yep.
That is wild to think that rocket is taller than the tallest building in 19 states in the United States.
Wow.
Oh my gosh! Hang on, in Discord, by the way, Rob Speed in Discord is showing off their incredible mission control with I see 3 laptops and 3 other monitors watching the launch.
Wow.
I love that. I love that that's the community we live in, where people are hardcore committed to witnessing history like this.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Adam Jones, thank you for becoming a member. Paul Jr., I'm doing that thing where I'm getting so far behind. No, actually, I'm okay for now. Paul Jr. says, SpaceX went full KSP2, Kerbal Space Program 2. Still some bugs to figure out. By the way, I'm following you, Tim, since the Everyday Astronaut Questionnaire and the pumpkin suit, and I'm proud. I know, Paul. It's really great to see your name in here still, and thank you so much for tuning in and watching along for a long time, because our RoboCam fell over.
Oh, RoboCam would have been so awesome.
Yeah.
That's where we had remote control, and we were going to be able to kind of track and zoom in and all sorts of fun things.
Oh my God,
it's so here.
We'll put it up here.
I want to see
that is If you're to buy it new, that's a $35,000 robotic tracking head. Yep. On its side, at least the batteries didn't get completely hit and like blow up.
Oh.
I can't believe that. That tripod is heavy.
Holy wow.
That's like it's
and
so
it was
heavy.
Sandbagged
Yeah, it's like almost 100 pounds.
Oh my
gosh. It's like
gosh.
45 kilograms.
I can't believe these that didn't fall over, actually.
Andrew's,
they're the smaller, less substantial.
Andrew's microphones and stuff.
I see. Yeah, the barrel and...
Yikes. Man, ours is... Yeah.
Wow.
I hope it's just not a direct hit. Like, I hope it's... yeah, I'm guessing the camera will likely be...
Oh, boy. Look at that shrapnel there, too.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Right in the middle.
What would that
Actually,
be from?
There are a couple.
That looks like a piece of metal.
Oh, yeah. Why is that
metal
there?
shrapnel. I mean, actually, you know what? I'll bet it blew off like parts of the fence.
Yeah.
And there's the fence has like stuff like that. I'll bet some of that got ripped up and thrown around too.
I suppose that's fairly to be expected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Carnage.
It's wild to see that. Our little
Oh
remote
my gosh.
setup.
We got to shout out to Lab Padre for the fact that their camera's still up and active and able to get footage like this.
Yeah, nice.
So Lewis and the crew, thank you for checking in on the cameras. That's not what we wanted to see, but that explains why the dish is not working too. The dish is actually a little bit further away from this, but that adds up. That there's carnage everywhere.
I am not surprised.
No, that's wild. Oh my gosh. Well, yep, that's our tracker. That's our biggest, most expensive asset in the field.
Yeah.
I take a nice little tumble.
Yep. But
oh my gosh.
It's worth the try.
Oh, my dad fact checked me and said Des Moines has 2 buildings. Des Moines, Iowa has 2 buildings taller than Starship. So Iowa's not on that list.
All right.
Ha-ha.
All right.
Ha-ha.
I imagine Missouri's not on the list.
No, Missouri has, you guys have St. Louis.
Yeah,
How about the Arch is taller?
That's what I was thinking.
Arches and Kansas City downtown is Missouri. So definitely.
Yeah.
If you exclude those 2, maybe, but those are huge. Those are pretty big cities. Yeah, like Missouri is some like.
I was just picking my home.
Your hometown. Yeah. This is. I gotta echo this sentiment. It's from Cooney. It's impressive that it stayed together during the entire tumble.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I can't believe it didn't just get ripped apart.
Yeah.
But then again, at that point in flight, it was pretty high where the atmospheric forces are a lot weaker. Since it made it that high, the aerodynamic stress is like there's not as much atmosphere to provide ripping forces. If it started tumbling earlier, like near max Q, oh yeah, it definitely would have like been ripped apart. But holy crap. Ken's channel said it took 2 minutes and 10 seconds from it blowing up to us hearing it. They replayed.
Wow.
2
Thank you
minutes.
for looking
and
into that.
We could figure out how far away that is.
Wow.
The interesting thing you have to take into effect, Mach number is different. The speed of sound is different at different altitudes.
Oh, wow.
So someone out there would probably have to be like, well, we can calculate from doing, yeah.
Can't wait to see that graph.
Yeah, for real. Thank you, Ken, for saying that. I really appreciate that. I think we talked about the, Sodak, Zach had said that the tallest rocket ever, and then reiterates again with another super chat, thank you very much, that they launched a rocket taller than building in the United States into a triple cartwheel. A skyscraper taller than almost half the states in the United States, taller than half the states in the United States, the tallest building, cartwheeled 3 times.
Incredible.
I love it. Oh, the rocket exploded at 34 kilometers in altitude as well.
Wow.
So it must have been coming down for a while already.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like we were waiting for a while after that.
So it's actually relatively, I mean, that's in some significant amount of atmosphere. I mean, still way higher than airplanes fly. Even a high flying, like U2 would not get much above 20 or even 220, I don't think. Around 20 kilometers. So that's up there. That's still up there where aerodynamic forces are still relatively weak, but more significant. So that is absolutely crazy.
Oh, I'm seeing on Twitter that the tank farm will need some repairs. I see some dinged up, tanks.
And don't forget too that the tanks, the orbital, the vertical ones especially.
Yeah.
There's a thermal jacket on the outside.
That's probably all that was damaged.
Yeah, so there's 2 layers. So there's an inner tank that actually holds the tank, and then there's a vacuum layer. So that's what insulates it, because a vacuum is actually a phenomenal insulator. I don't know if you like, this is probably vacuum insulated.
Yeah.
And so that, you know, there's nowhere for the heat or cold to conduct to. Well, technically the heat always, but yeah. Let's see. Lab Padre had VR cam caught some spectacular footage. I hope that maybe I don't think we should play his footage on air just as a courtesy. I don't know. It's his footage.
Without permission.
Please, everyone, check out this video from Lewis.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to post it here in chat just so we aren't stepping on his toes and making sure that, you know, we all work together out here, and it's amazing. DOS from NASA Space Flight has saved our butts on so many times.
Yes,
and Lewis always offers a hand, and
yes.
it is a big, giant, you know, space flight family. And
yeah.
So I want to make sure I'm pointing people to the people that were able to capture the footage.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, he's allowed us to use his property much of the time when things are rolling down the street, and just super grateful
Lewis
for
awesome. Everybody
working together.
Yeah. It's what it's about. I mean, we all
those tides together,
we all do so much better work when we're all working together. So, much thanks. So yeah, this would be, on your tracking shot, I see green at about T plus 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Engine rich mixture. Yes. The only time you're going to see green on a Raptor is when it's eating copper, basically. When it's, getting most likely oxygen rich or fuel starved. You'll start to see, that it will start reacting with copper. Copper is all over the engine. There's a lot of copper, and when copper burns green. So, yeah, very, very likely would be when an engine's absolutely letting go, it's going to start burning green. So, but normally, here's the thing with a vehicle like this. Normally, the computers and sensors will tell you that that's about, you know, that's. You know, something's going wrong, and they'll shut it down before that. Yes. You know, the computers will like trigger. So I think at some point it might have gone into a different just mode of like, I don't know, run it. Who cares? You know, it is rare. Like, so for instance, for SN8, remember when SN8 landed, it was like green flame. Yeah. That engine was absolutely like just giving it everything because they did not have a command to shut down for it. They said, give it everything you got. So it ran and ran and ran, eating itself along the way, just like self-cannibalism, just, and it just couldn't scrub off enough velocity because it was literally eating itself from the inside. It was completely, that was fuel starved. Yep. So the header tank had collapsed on that one. So it was, running out of fuel, not pulling sufficient fuel supply. So running a lot more oxidizer through the engine than fuel. Oxidizer rich, hot oxygen will react with like everything. I mean, it's really hard to get a metal in a hot oxygen environment that won't just react and burn. I mean, it wants to turn everything into soup. So, it's from Bill Nelson, NASA administrator. This is one that I would like to share. Thanks also Discord for helping field some stuff to us. I love you guys. And of course, if you guys do want to join our awesome Discord community, patreon.com/everydayastronaut. But this is a tweet from Bill Nelson, showing their liftoff. Saying congrats to SpaceX on Starship's first integrated flight test. Every great achievement throughout history has demanded some level of calculated risk, because with great risk comes great reward. Looking forward to all that SpaceX learns to the next flight test and beyond. That's great. Very cool, Bill Nelson. And the National Air and Space Museum also tweeted something similar. It's cool to see all the kind of congratulations tweets coming through from all of these major organizations that they know. Like, I think Eric Berger here says, it's safe to say these people understand when history is being made. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. I still am just so thrilled it finally happened. Yeah. Man. I want to know, like, now that we're a good hour in, how are you feeling? It's going to take a minute for me to, I feel like my whole body is kind of still tensed up from the launch moment and the excitement on that deck. And then I was trying to kind of bask in it, but then the sandstorm came. The great sandstorm of 2023 rained upon us, and I kind of got stuck in limbo. It's kind of surreal. I can't believe that it's happened, and I'm not
we're
gonna. I
getting
don't
to
think.
the next step.
I don't think I'm gonna believe it until we're all sitting in the same room watching the footage.
Yeah.
That we are able to pull.
Absolutely.
And screaming and like.
Unfiltered.
Yeah, unfiltered.
Not worried about microphones. I mean, not that we really were, but
yeah, we're never. It'll be much worse.
It will be worse.
Crazy. I'm still in shock. I mean, this is, again, we've said this 1,000 times. All of us, if you're watching this, you're probably one of people that have been waiting months and months and years.
Yeah.
Years. For me,
it's years.
It was 2016.
Oh my God.
It was October or September, end of September, early October, I don't remember. 2016, Guadalajara, Mexico.
Wow.
I was standing 30 meters from Elon Musk when he announced the Interplanetary Transportation System.
Yep.
And in front of like a crowd of like 3,000 people at the International Aeronautical Conference. And that was the first time I'd actually heard full flow stage combustion cycle. Which is funny, like that's how little of a rocket nerd I actually was at the time, that I didn't know engine cycles. You know, I was still quite new to spaceflight still. Like I was starting to appreciate the landing and all that stuff, but I definitely didn't understand cycle types or any of that stuff. So that's the first time I heard the word full flow stage combustion cycle. And, you know, seeing that vision and being like, we're going to fly the world's biggest, most powerful rocket ever. I remember being like, this is awesome. But of course I had some doubts, you know, This is so ambitious.
Yeah.
And it now granted, it has scaled slightly down from there, but it actually, the lift capacity is actually very similar to what they were originally predicting or the original prototypes and renders. So pretty crazy that finally happened, you know, that the first attempt at it and that get ready, guys, hold on tight, because I have a feeling once they fix up the ground and the ground, I'm guessing the ground infrastructure is going to be a pretty big rework. Like that would be the biggest thing. Hardware wise, they're waiting.
As far as the
There's
ship is
literally
concerned,
like multiple rockets waiting to fly.
Yeah.
The ground rework and the infrastructure will be a hot minute.
Well, and also just meanwhile, the software team going through all of the data and deciding how, you know, what to change in the code and, you know.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I would love, I honestly, I used to be a programmer, and I honestly think a lot about like what a cool job that has to be. Like that's what I would do if I was, you know, starting my career as a programmer. I would want to work on
can you imagine?
flight systems for SpaceX, for Starship.
I can't even imagine. Wombat, what happened to Starship? I didn't see it live.
Oh.
You missed.
Well.
Maybe the most epic thing that's happened in spaceflight history. We watched the largest, most powerful rocket ever fly do 3 cartwheels and then explode.
And then the sound hit us. And then
Eventually,
sand rained down upon us.
We got rained upon us a sand cloud. That is the craziest thing. Yeah, from 5 miles away, 8 kilometers away, a sandstorm from the rocket.
We watched this like mushroom cloud move in the sky and then appear above us. And then all of a sudden, that's wild.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew, our producer, was literally reminding us that we're commenting, like, look at that weird, like, mushroom cloud moving. And it even showed, like, the over-the-shoulder shot of it, like, coming towards us. And we're just like, I guess there's a lot of water vapor in it, you know, which is true. And come to find out it was a sand cloud. I've never seen a raining sand cloud before today. New life experiences.
Never.
Oh, man. This is a question from Matt's Retiring. I love that name. Why does booster have to flip before separation? So let me, again, use our handy dandy. I'll actually grab, I'm going to fold the legs in because, you know, it just looks better. By the way, again, reminder, I think we're almost sold out of these. So if you do want your own metal Falcon 9 rocket model, everydayastronaut.com/shop. You can get them before they're sold out. I don't know if they're sold out. But everydayastronaut.com/shop. We have the highest detailed, I don't think I know the highest quality, because it's like heavy metal. You'll hear like, yeah. So stage separation. So typically, most rockets, when they separate, the forces are all going through the same force. They're going, it's all like flying in the same direction. So in order to get the stage, you have to physically push it, or have like they've had explosive bolts to remove clamps. They have sometimes a piston pusher, like in the Falcon 9 interstage, that physically pushes, along with some other ones along the interstage, or some ullage thrusters to help separate the stages, or sometimes solid rocket boosters, little tiny ones that will help pull the booster back. There's all sorts of tricks, but it all ends up being more mass to have to be able to push the two stages apart. And what SpaceX thought they could do, and it still will likely try to do on the next ones, is instead of doing that, what if you actually just fling it? Like, what if you literally let centrifugal force do its thing? And at the end, so here's the thing, the booster has to flip anyway.
Yeah.
The booster has to turn 180 degrees around to be able to do the boost back burn to come back and land on land. The upper stage does have to go this way. So at some point, you do a flip, and the two will spread apart. Like, once you let go of the clamps, the two will flip apart, kind of like they do with their Starlink satellites. They do something similar with Starlink satellites. And then the question is, like, will the ship ideally flip around, like do a 180, a turn and burn? This thing, they might as well just call it the flipping rocket. Like, it flips when it lands. It flips when it launches. It cartwheels for fun.
Interplanetary system to BFR to Starship to
Cartwheel Factory. I mean, I just don't even know, like, what are they, like, what is this thing? The gymnastic, like, Dr. Gymnast Rocket?
Keep going.
Dr. Gymnast Rocket, the friend that we all need. I think that's what they're going to call it.
Dr. Gymnast Rocket.
The friend that we all need. Yes.
The new album by Tim Dottie, Everyday Astronaut.
So it's planning to basically flip for stage separation. So there's centrifugal forces pulling them apart. Centrifugal or centripetal? Centripetal is the form. Centrifugal force. Yeah, is what actually is pulling.
Centripetal.
No, centripetal is the force that pulls it in to make it go in a circle. Centrifugal is what's pushing out the tension on it. I believe something like that. Please correct me.
Please help us.
Yes, please help me. The guy that can't remember anything, except for like weird, stupid rocket stuff all the time. I'm like, I'll remember that, but not like anything else of any importance.
You're doing
fine. Yeah, that's the plan though. Is basically let physics do some of the work, and you're not having to build other systems. You literally are using just the engine gimbals that are already on Starship to do the flip. You're reusing, the best part is no part, is as Elon always says. The best part is no part. By reusing like the same systems for multiple purposes. Stoke Aerospace, I feel like, does something similar. Their really cool rocket that they're working on has a lot of parts that like serve multiple purposes. And you're like, wait, we're doing that with this? Oh, awesome. You know, like I love seeing that kind of innovation. So that's
efficiency.
Yeah, efficiency, baby. It matters. I'm going to put this back. Again, reminder, get it while before they sold out. everydayastronaut.com/shop and get your own Falcon 9 metal model rocket.
Zach Golden, I just shared his latest retweet from Def Jeff, who seems to have caught something interesting. If you want to share that, it says, is this the HPU exploding at T plus 30 seconds?
Oh, the hydraulic power unit.
Yeah. And Zach says, wow, great catch. It's a good thing they will be moving away from hydraulic thrust vector control.
Yep. So what we're saying, we'll break this down. I love Zach is
He's so good.
My gosh. Him and his team, and he has an awesome community too that does the CS, the research stuff, and they catch everything.
Yeah.
Especially like ground infrastructure. That team, and then Zach's like he has an engineer. He's he's worked in he now is full time doing CSI Starbase. Yeah,
that's great.
Awesome. So definitely subscribe to him. But and he does really deep dives on ground infrastructure because he used to work in the petroleum and oil industry doing similar things. So he recognizes pumps and valves
it was his job to look for issues, for problems that could occur.
Oh, really?
And so this for him is like, oh yeah, duh. This is just what my brain does every single day.
Exactly. And I'm sure there's also, there's a lot of people out there that, are always armchair engineers, but he's an actual engineer. I'm an armchair engineer. So I often don't try to say when I think something's not going to work because I'm just like, I trust them.
Yeah.
And it's fun to see Zach be like, this won't work.
Yeah.
And he called the 8 huge tanks out there a long time ago. He's like, these are not going to stay around for long. And we're absolutely hearing that. Elon said that the other day on Twitter Spaces that they're going to remove them, even though from my understanding, it sounds like a lot of people didn't want those tanks. A lot of the people were like, no, let's just get the real tanks, but they couldn't find them in time.
Oh, wow. For this flight is what you're saying?
For period. There's a shortage on large, methane storage.
How strange.
And SpaceX wanted, especially Elon at the time was pushing, really hard. It was July. He's like, I want to fly this thing in 3 months. Let's just build them, And I think in that way, they're walking back, Got
it.
But anyway, what's this mean? The HPU thing. The HPU is the hydraulic power unit. It's in some of those kind of side pod things. And this is the last booster that actually has hydraulically actuated thrust vector control. So the Center 13 engines on Starship can all swivel and rotate. They can swivel on 2 axes. I'll use this as an example. Pretend there's not a rocket here. We'll pretend this is just an engine, no Dragon capsule on top. We don't need that for now. Okay. So an engine can normally swivel in 360 degrees of freedom like this. Well, not truly 360, but 360 on 2 axes. And there's these hydraulic pistons called thrust vector control pistons that allow it to move, left, right, and provide between all the engines can provide pitch, yaw, and roll. So the current iteration of at that time, and Elon even talked about this a year ago when I did that interview with him, the last interview through Starbase. We walked around. And he even mentioned, we're moving away from hydraulic thrust vector control. We're going into these electric ones that are basically like a giant actuator. They're electromechanical, giant, just electronic actuator. And we've seen them, NSF has those cameras out at McGregor. We started seeing them test, and they can swivel I feel like it's pretty, they're pretty quick now, like this. Those electronic ones look like they're literally just instant, back and forth, just an insane amount of, it almost looks scary. It looks like this is a robot out to kill us. So they're moving on from these hydraulic power units anyway, the thrust vector control, and they're getting into these electric ones. So they don't need an HPU, a hydraulic power unit. And it definitely looks like they lost one. That could have knocked out some engines. That's actually a good failure because they won't have that in the future.
Yeah.
So cool. We learned,
We learned. Andrew told me that Lab Padre has a tweet out that might offer a little more information about that crazy sand cloud that we experienced. And I just went, let me just send you this. Oh, sorry. Sending it to him, not you. Oh my God.
Awesome. Is this the crater? Oh.
Yes. Creating the crater face underneath OLM. Holy cow.
I hope it didn't shift.
Yeah, wow.
What?
Wow. Yeah, we were probably covered in that. Andrew, I think you're right.
So all of those people that are don't they need a flame diverter and and water suppression system?
Yes, perhaps. Could be helpful.
I just hope that it didn't damage, that we didn't get enough erosion that it shifted the pad at all.
Yeah.
Because that would be not good.
That would not.
Even if it literally is a degree.
Yeah.
That's massive rework. Oh man, that is absolutely wild. What a day.
What a day.
History. Historic day. We witnessed the most thrust ever developed at one time flying. The largest flying object ever. Nothing this big has ever flown under its own power. Ever.
And there's no, SLS is the contender, right?
SLS is still the most powerful, successful rocket to fly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But there's no one else developing a super, super heavy system like this.
I don't know what Long March 9 is for thrust level, but it's up there too. It's not this, but it's SLS, I think, ish in power. But no, there's no one else that's at this scale yet. I don't think they'll be the only ones.
Right.
But yeah. Oh my gosh. This is from Prasanna. Thank you. What a historic day. Thank you for all the work you guys do. Can't wait to see the footage one step closer. So again, we will be posting our live stream. I think we did a decent job live streaming today. I'm quite happy at least to be on air and hanging out with you guys.
It's fun.
We had some stuff not quite work out like we thought for the live stream. We can always improve and iterate, just like SpaceX. But the important thing is we record everything on local in 4K 120. So you'll see some incredible slow-mo footage. It's going to be awesome. Man, I am like, my voice.
Yeah,
I need to go find some water. Would you mind?
I don't mind.
Okay, take over some comments and do some stuff.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, but I want you to be here for these beautiful comments. This is one from AFib. It is not a testament to the resilience. Is it not? Is it not a testament to the resilience of the full stack that it stayed together through several flips like that? Also, thanks for all you guys do, and let's go, dear moon. So hopefully Tim can hear that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I was kind of bewildered that it stayed connected for so long, but the fact that it did is kind of a testament that that full stack is sturdy. Whew. I want to thank Chris D. Luther for becoming a member. Really, really appreciate it. Members get all sorts of exciting perks like a clean feed where you don't have to hear us talking and you can have your own mission control, perhaps in conjunction with us talking on the screen. Yeah, Michael Brack, who gave a really perfect amount of money, I would say here. Thank you so much for this super chat. $4.20. Michael Brack says, next time, don't forget to bring a towel and a diaper. It's true. We both forgot our towels, and I think that they could have had an effect on something. The diaper, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that. Goodness. Craig Johnson, thank you so much for this. Says, wow, on SpaceX's stream at the 45-minute and 5-second mark, you can see debris flying everywhere just before liftoff. Enormous chunks all over. I honestly, you know, Tim and I are in here in the studio and then kind of isolated on the deck out there. It's kind of hard to keep our eyes everywhere. So I can't wait now to like decompress by going through everyone else's live streams and just watching the replays from all of our cameras and taking it all in. I cannot believe this. It is just wild. Just scrolling back up here. So many comments we missed. Yeah, it looks like Nick Perry says it was on a tilt right from the start. I did feel that too. When I was watching with my own eyes, I know that it was entering probably the proper trajectory from the beginning. But at some point, it became very clear that that tilt, it was tilting right from the start. Looks like at least 2 engines out at T plus 59 seconds. Again, can't wait to watch our high-speed footage and just analyze that over and over. Let's see. Mike Levin asks, do we know why some of the engines on the booster were not lit? Was this intended, or was there an ignition issue at launch? I think that there were some issues at launch. I'm going to wait for Tim to come back and properly answer this question, if he even knows, but I think that we're going to need to have a look at this and get the data back from SpaceX. Only they really know, but it did seem like we lost, 6 engines at the start. That surely caused quite a few issues. All right. Seeing some really funny comments about the date here. Yes, the Mars hat is covered in sand. I'm covered in sand. Everything's covered in sand here. My phone, slightly destroyed. The coffee cannot be drank. Jason Christophilus, thanks so much for becoming a member. Oh my goodness, so many that we missed. I'm just going to thank you all. Amit Margalit, thank you. Chris Branfield, thanks for joining the team. And thank you to Dr. David, PhD, $50. Thank you so much. That's a really, really generous super chat. You do great work. This is an exciting day. I got to tell you. Whew. It has been exciting. Thank you, James Fackert. Appreciate you. Wow, we gained a lot of great members here today. Andrew Foregrave, appreciate you so much. I hear Tim. Oh, that's not Tim. Oh, my God. Tim, I'm sorry. This is Tim. Tim, wow, your hat is still so full of sand.
Yeah, I feel so much better after drinking so much water.
Yeah, that's good. You drank a lot of water. You went to the bathroom. Now you're back. Has anything changed for you in your perspective?
Not a whole lot. Just had fun watching the launch.
Yeah? Did you have fun? Well, I know. We were there.
No,
I was there. You don't have to tell me that.
We were both there, yeah.
Okay, so SinPiVRWVRFA asked, can you explain the mission objectives for today's launch? I like that one.
Yeah.
Everyone, Spencer.
Spencer is a co-editor and...
Wait, you're wearing the same shirt.
That's why we did it, is because not only does we have similar glasses, similar beards, similar everything. So yeah, Spencer does animations and co-editing for us now too. So Spencer, yeah, welcome to the show. Tim too, I guess.
Tim too.
My backup. I'm trying to make active backups, but yeah.
All right, listen. I've just been thanking all of these new members. I don't know if you've seen, but the team has grown quite a bit today.
I love that. No, thank you guys. And don't forget, in the future too, we'll definitely have that, like the clean stuff, the clean views, even better. Because today it was like kind of our last priority. Sorry, our supporters,
well,
you are our first priority. But
we had a lot going on.
Yeah, we had a lot going on.
I know they had overlays on them, right? There was some,
I mean,
goofiness.
Yeah, and I think it all ended up getting cleared up decent, but it'll be better in the future yet. So
cool.
The quad view clean feeds, as if you guys are a supporter, it means the world to us.
What other perks do they get?
So if you're, I kind of still separate YouTube memberships and Patreon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because we prefer Patreon. Patreon.com/everydayastronaut. Those people will also have access to our Discord channel. Mm-hmm. But YouTube members and any supporter will get access to, we do some exclusive live streams and just kind of some fun other stuff. A little bit of, here and there. Early access to videos, like when we're, like right now, I actually have a video out already for review. So I don't post like sneak peeks. I use that as an opportunity to get feedback on videos and make sure we're catching errors and stuff. So it is like a finished product, but it's not the final product. You know what I mean? So so you can watch a video of touring some really cool rocket engines, and it's a really fun video. And actually, I did a lot of the animations because I was excited about them. So there's I still like doing it. It's just like we're trying to be more efficient and crank out more content. So we have multiple editors, but this one I'm like, no, I want to do this because there's all like a bunch of tracking and pointing out different parts in the engines and stuff. So, it was, it's a really, really, really fun video. So, hopefully you guys, enjoy that. Those of you that are Patreon members or YouTube supporters, find that link. Yeah. Also YouTube had someone called Spencer Twin Dodd instead of Tim Dodd.
Twin Dodd, that's good.
That's really good.
I should have thought. That's a good one.
Twin Dodd, like Twin Limb, your band. One of your bands. You have so many bands. Oh, here we go. Actually, wait. Spencer should have sat in and said, this is Twin Dodd. I can't say that. This is Twin Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut.
I like it.
I love that. That is amazing. Oh man. Okay, let's. This is Bradley Bailey. The dust on your Mars hat makes it more iconic. Would be cool style for future hats to just show, dust on it.
It is cool. It kind of looks like a whitewash, or.
Yeah. I think, like I said, we could auction that off for charity or something and put that money towards. I do love, especially the work being done with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and like the Players Program and Jared's team with them. I've grown to really appreciate the work they do even more. Yeah. I mean, it's how can you not think St. Jude is like incredible?
Yeah. They saved a little baby cousin of mine. Mm-hmm.
And Haley They saved Haley Arsenault,
love Haley.
Inspiration 4. Now she works there. Well, actually, now she's at SpaceX. But
she was working there before and still works there and works with SpaceX.
Yep. She's busy.
All the things.
All of the things. And, I mean, they just do incredible work. I also think it'd be fun to do some, like, Loretta's foundations and stuff. Like Space Kind.
Space Kind,
would be a good one to donate to.
Cosmic Odyssey, who that they came out of Space Kind. They send young people who I believe are cancer patients to space camp.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, there's a lot of good choices out there. Maybe
Challenger Center, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
We've donated to Challenger Center
Yeah.
before. Yeah, we did a fundraiser for them. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to choose because there's a lot of good options. Challenger Center would be a good one. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll take a pop. Maybe the top bid gets to pick.
I love that.
The charity of choice.
That's cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun. All right, cool. Let's see. Again, new members. We have a lot. Scrubbington, and Hayden, and Captain Rotbart memberships, and Nick Donker. I love that last name, Donker. I always say stuff gets donked up all the time.
Yeah,
and stuff.
You do. I was thinking that when I saw
Crew
that.
Donker. Thank you guys for your membership. Again, it really, 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 really matters and makes the all of the things happen.
All of them.
Yeah, literally. So someone, I just want to catch this one. So I saw it was a fun one. It's someone saying, just use Falcon 9 stage separation and leave the flipping maneuver. Well, let me explain why. Probably one of the reasons that's not quite as feasible, because Falcon 9 only has one upper stage engine, only one engine for one pusher. If you were to do that with Starship has 6 engines. So you need 6 hydraulic systems all working perfectly simultaneously, all with their own excess mass, their own excess controls, their own excess power demands, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just like we'll just use what Falcon 9 uses, because it's a totally different system, totally different vehicle. The other thing is, like, we don't actually, if anything, I think the flip will work better because we saw the vehicle do cartwheels, so we know it can handle like spinning and spiraling and all that stuff, no problem.
Apparently. So
why not send it? Like if this, as long as it works as intended, then yeah. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We did not really get to that point today. Like we don't know at this point that the flip maneuver is a bad idea, that the flipping stage maneuver is a bad idea. So, I wouldn't.
Oh, wow.
Too early to call that.
There's footage from space already.
From space?
Hold on.
Oh, is that where the shot of the pad?
Noah Go 16 followed along. Wow. We need to watch this. I haven't watched this all the way yet. This is thanks to Anush in Discord.
Discord, awesome. Thank you, Anush. For all of your help with everything at all times.
Wow.
Okay,
That's
we're pulling
cool.
up oh, this is crazy.
This is cool.
Whoa.
Wow.
Tracked from space. You can see the contrail. And again, that contrail there is not actually smoke from the rocket. No, I mean, the explosion, if they have that in there, would have been, smoke and debris. But the actual main bit that you're seeing is not smoke. It's literally just condensation. It's the right parts of the atmosphere when you, the exhaust coming out of the rocket, interacts with the atmosphere at certain temperatures, pressures, blah, blah, blah. Whoop, you get like this contrail.
Yeah.
And it's just literally like a cloud.
Your awesome video on the pollution related to rocketry really helped clear up some of the confusion that I had actually on this stuff.
Yeah.
So I
mean, it's a totally, like, the question makes so much sense, especially like when you're talking about specifically Elon Musk and rocket pollution and NASA and rocket pollution too. Like, NASA does a lot of things, studying our atmosphere, discovered the hole in the ozone layer, obviously he's worried about greenhouse gases and climate change. And same with Elon, with Tesla and renewable energy, yet launching these huge rockets. Like, aren't these two completely like opposite things? And at the end of the day, when you do the math, which I did for months and months and months, and hired researchers to do even more math for months and months, we literally figured out exactly how much CO2 every rocket does release, at least major ones. And we also compared that to airliners and the airline industry. And the airline industry is only like 3% of total CO2 emissions.
Wow.
Like all of it, I think. This has been a while. This is like 4 years ago.
Really?
2019. No, 2020. 3 years ago.
Even so.
2020. Yeah, 3 years ago already. But the airline industry is like, here we go. There's, this is a funny number though. Orbital launches in 2018. There's 114 in 2018 when I made this.
Wow.
That was like the most recent data that we had for commercial flights too.
Oh, wow.
And at the time there was 37 million commercial flights of airliners, of commercial. So we're not even talking about like private or military or government use, literally just commercial airlines, 37 million. So the scale here, and now we're into the 200s. So we're probably going to break 200 this year for orbital launches. So we are doubling. And you could project this out to say like, okay, well, what if rockets are launching a ton? So right now there's, when you look at the total airline industry's CO2, it's currently 40,300 times more CO2. So if that's your concern, and I'm not saying like that's an end all be all, showstopper for everything. Like, I think that it's something we need to pay attention to, but I'm just showing the margin here of like, if we launch 40,000 times more rockets, then we need to really, be considering it to the same degree that we consider it for the airline industry, which is a consideration. That pollution, that the climate change, the CO2 emissions is definitely a consideration, and we need to be working hard on reducing those numbers.
Yes.
At the same time, we're going to be launching more frequently, but luckily a vehicle like Starship actually can become nearly carbon neutral. I mean, I'm going to say nearly because it does use methane. And you can produce methane by literally pulling carbon out of the atmosphere.
That is awesome.
So it's so methane, the only end thing that comes out of the exhaust after it's been burnt is just water vapor and CO2. Mm-hmm. So and like I said, doing the Sabatier process, you can literally capture and produce methane by pulling carbon from the atmosphere. Now, granted, it takes a lot of energy to do that, and that energy is probably going to take so it's like. Eventually, I think, this all comes down to like the whole, like when we have a cleaner power grid, all the stuff becomes much more of a wash. And this actually has the potential to become like not even really an issue, but it is a consideration, but it's much less like it's nothing compared to airlines.
Yeah. But
even, and then let alone like the rest of all other, I mean, that's still like a tiny fraction.
Yeah. Isn't that wild?
Everything,
Than our entire infrastructure as a society.
Infrastructure and industry. Yeah. Industry's big, like smelting and all of these things. Yep. Necessary. Like it's a part of our lives. Like I'm not trying to yell at people like, we got to go back to the Stone Age, because obviously I'm like super into this stuff and I utilize our infrastructure and I live in a modern world, as we all do. If you're watching this, obviously. But there's always, we should always be pushing towards improvements.
Always, yes. And
Yep.
I think that's the beautiful thing about the spaceflight industry.
Mm-hmm.
We are all about doing that. And especially when we start thinking about building societies on another world, everything has to be completely, fully self-sustainable.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
so it actually pushes that mentality more, I feel, the further we get into this.
And that's one of those things, like a lot of people always ask that question, like, why are we spending this money on spaceflight? Why would we go inhabit Mars and things? And realistically, if we can learn how to live on Mars,
we can learn how to live here.
Oh, it will greatly improve the quality of life, especially for people that don't have the current modern amenities. A lot of, this is a thing that I always talk about is like, you can look at the cell phone as the perfect example where a lot of people did not have landlines because it was too expensive, the infrastructure, et cetera, to run landlines to remote villages, et cetera, et cetera. So the majority of human beings, their first time using a phone was a cell phone, not because of like the date, but like, because like that was the first time they had access to that, because you could put one tower down and service thousands of people as opposed to running a line to every single house. So all of a sudden, especially, in more maybe third world countries, you'd have people who the first time they could get a phone was actually a cell phone, which is crazy to think about.
I know.
And that's the mentality. Like, you never know the consequences of what happens when you push the boundaries on something. And when you learn how to live in inhabitable worlds, and you learn how to, there's another famous story in spaceflight with the Hubble Space Telescope. When we first launched Hubble, which you got married next to the Hubble,
the model,
the mock-up, the high fidelity. I mean, it's like crazy.
And think it's full size.
Yeah, it's full size. It's huge. When Hubble first was launched, it was really blurry and out of focus. And they had ground the mirror down wrong. So it literally was like nearsighted.
Yeah.
But people, until luckily the space shuttle could go up and service it, but it was going to be years and they had to find the problem, blah, 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 and it's expensive, and et cetera. In the meantime, while they're waiting for that servicing mission, though, a lot of scientists were like, well, we still have some data out of this. Like, we're still seeing imagery. They're just blurry. And they came up with algorithms to, like, correct the images, and still get valuable data out of it. And someone looked at the images of the blurry and the post-processed, the algorithm they developed, and was like, I bet I could apply this to mammography. And apply that, and now it's standard practice. That became a new thing.
I didn't know that.
To have higher resolution, better mammography, was literally using this exact same algorithm developed to try to like temporarily fix the Hubble Space Telescope. Arguably has saved millions of lives potentially.
Wow.
I don't know the number. That'd be hard to quantify. But the point being, like, we never know where we're going to find, a new thing, a new technology, a new breakthrough, and how that will apply. You just don't know those unknowns. Those unknowns are unknown. So that's the stuff that gets me excited, is just when humans are sitting there innovating some crazy problem. And I always point to the idea of, like, if we're trying to live on Mars, people are like, well, why don't you solve world hunger? And it's like,
you will by solving
like exactly
food on
like
Mars.
I was going to say, it's like we can do that now. Go solve it.
Yeah.
Do it. You have the power to solve world hunger. Everyone wants to do that. No one wants there to be people not able to have food for themselves and sustain a healthy lifestyle.
It doesn't make any sense. We have the resources.
Everyone wants that. Yet, like, it's still a problem, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this will solve it, but if you can learn how to live on an inhabitable planet using unbelievably smart engineers, all focused on this one thing, that's like a kind of a microcosm of, like, that's solvable.
Yeah.
That is solvable.
It breaks down the problem, which is the best way to attack a large problem.
Yes.
Right? Break it down into tiny chunks, start there.
Yep.
Cyan actually had a program, Meals for Mars, where she was trying to solve the world hunger issue with dehydrated foods that were made for Mars, because she argues that the world hunger issue is one of storage, right? Like perishables that we can't keep and distribute everywhere. So it's interesting. I mean, that's just one of the examples of directly related to that.
Yeah, and you just never know. But yeah, this is from Gloucester saying, good coverage. Have you seen Lab Pod Retreat? Wide angle, longer video of the car getting hit shows an insane amount of debris getting thrown around. I don't think we've seen the newest one.
Let me grab that.
Yeah, we can pull that up. I'm sure Lewis has some incredible footage.
Wow.
Here, I've got this pulled up here. Again, this is courtesy of Lewis from Lab Padre and the Lab Padre team. Their 360 cam here.
Ooh.
This is going to show the debris flying at the cameras. And it's probably going to be crazy. Here it comes. Our camera's in the bottom of the frame right there with it.
This one?
Oh, yep. Watch.
Oh,
it's like a oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was the window breaking in Lab's vehicle.
Oh.
And here comes probably the thing that knocked our cameras over. You would not want to be there, would you?
No. Oh.
Whoa.
That was all ours, right?
All our stuff right there.
Yikes.
Oh, my gosh.
I should be totally terrified and upset right now, but I feel so, like, exhilarated from the launch that I'm like, cool, our stuff got destroyed. Anyway, can we celebrate?
Yeah. I think, and on that note, I'm going to start wrapping because we've been on air now for almost 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations to those that are still with us talking about food.
I'm curious if you tuned in and heard the very beginning song and are still listening, please say hi in chat. I would love to see if there's people just say, I was here since the beginning. If you've been here for the entire 3 hours and 51 minutes. By the way, we can now say the official scale too. 10, it launched. 1 through 10 was in a launch today.
Right.
10.
Yeah.
And about a 4.
Yeah, because it made it pretty high into the atmosphere.
I would argue that it made it through Max Q, actually, so 5.
You would.
I would argue that. Didn't make the stage separation, though. I would say between a 4 and a 5.
All right. Okay.
Which is what I kind of said the other day. I was like,
No, but you changed it.
I'm kind of flippy-floppy.
Yeah, you're
At
you're
some
like
point
the
said
rocket,
everything.
The flippy rocket?
Yeah. At some point, I've probably just said everything, a few times, and that way you can't ever be wrong. If you just guess like a fortune teller, you just, if you say enough things enough times, of course something's going to be right eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah. So, but now before we leave, a few reminders. These are fun ones, guys. So don't go anywhere. Just because we're wrapping up, this is actually the fun stuff. Number 1, I'll have a lot of videos coming out, including, of course, our slow-mo footage of this with beautiful audio, and it's going to be incredible. So that's number 1. So stay tuned. If you're not subscribed, you better be subscribed. You will not want to miss that. It's going to be 4K, 120 frames a second, beautiful cinematic footage. Thanks to the teams at Cosmic Perspective and the teams here. Amazingly hardworking people. So thankful. Also, we'll have another video coming out soon where I tour some rocket engines. You're going to not want to miss that. It's awesome. We also have new song came out officially.
What is it called?
It's called Cryo.
How do they find it?
On anywhere you listen to music.
Cool.
Search Everyday Astronaut, listen for Cryo. It's I'm really, really proud of it. So give it a listen. It's, like I said, it's a little bit mathy. So I hope you like 5 over 4.
You produced it yourself, the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Mixed.
Yep. As all
mastered?
the music. Yep. Mixed, mastered, everything.
Holy cow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Thank you. I've done that a few times, but I've sent some stuff out before too.
Very cool.
Just depends. Yeah. So find that wherever you listen to music. And then also while you're online, be sure and check out our beautiful merch. For 10% off of the full flow stage combustion cycle collection today, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Shop around again. Yeah, anything that has full flow stage combustion cycle on it is 10% off today. So use coupon code LAUNCHDAY, all lowercase, all one word. And don't forget, we also have things like button ups. So dress wear if you are someone that goes into the office and often might need to be a little bit dressier. I saw a lot of them at Yuri's night.
Yeah.
And your wedding.
And my wedding. Yeah. Those
are
my faves.
Out at the pad, I've seen people wearing.
I was on airplane with a couple folks wearing Raptor engine shirt. Yeah.
I love it.
They're really cool.
They're great.
That's my fave.
They're great. I'm really, really proud of that. And we take a lot of pride in like actually producing, not just doing like print on demand stuff. Everything's like actually done in California and
very cool.
Yeah. Big excitement. And then don't forget, we are almost out. I've been told by our shop that we're almost out of the Falcon 9 model rockets. So if you do want that, you better get in there. Like I'll bet you by the next time we stream, they'll probably be gone. So I won't be able to say that. Although we do have I think we have another one coming. So who knows? And we have pre-orders available for our heat shield mugs that are color changing as you pour. They're just like the heat shield tiles that unfortunately we didn't get to see tested.
I know.
But they did get tested through aerodynamic flight today, which is a huge, huge milestone.
So we didn't see them glow red hot. That was a question someone had. Will they glow red hot just like that?
Just like this. As a matter of fact, you'll notice in this link here, I have testing Starship heat shield tiles. This is a link to a video. I always like to put sources on our stuff. And it's a tweet that Elon had one time testing the heat shield tiles. Look at that.
So cool.
Does that color look familiar?
It does.
Yep, because Allie literally color picked and matched
cool.
the color. Yeah, so it is the same. So that's the color that they will be changing. So, yep, if you want to support the work we do, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab some fun stuff. And also thank you to our Patreon supporters and people that are YouTube members and for the Super Chats. I'm so sorry that I probably missed 1 million really, really, really generous donations. I am sad about that.
I tried to get to them while you were gone, but
yeah, we probably missed like some big ones, and that makes me sad. So thank you so much. If we did miss you today, hopefully we catch you some other time. But final round outs, I do need to say again, thank you to our teams here, even our team at the Everyday Astronaut, the website for staying on top of all that stuff.
Yes.
But also our teams here with the Cosmic Perspective crew and all of the volunteers and people helping out running cameras, trackers, Flo and Casper coming from Europe, Spencer from Oklahoma, Keating,
Ella and Ryan.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Pisani was out here, and Allie working stuff constantly. Yeah.
And the YouTube mods.
Yeah,
y'all
YouTube mods. Thank you.
Angels.
Yeah. Seriously. So it's been, and thank you for joining us.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You specifically, and you. You and you. You.
Thank you for joining us, Tim.
Spider-Man. The Spider-Man thing.
Listen, we got no choice. This is what we do.
This is what we do. Yeah, we weren't going to miss this for the world. And I had something I really would have loved to go to this week.
Yeah, I know.
That I can't really talk about.
I'm sorry.
I did miss that, but I didn't miss this.
No.
I didn't pull another Amsterdam where I missed the biggest thing. So.
Oh, God.
We made
Lessons
it.
learned.
My friends, it's time we tune out and go through footage and celebrate.
Yes.
Today was history. So
Yes.
I hope you guys have an epic rest of your Thursday. It's just Thursday morning for us. It's just the morning. We have all day to hang out. So that's going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, and
Mary Liz Shalinsky.
bringing space down to Earth for everyday people. Goodbye, everybody.